Oh, man, I love the game of golf. It was a beautiful day out here today, wasn't it, baby girl? You didn't think it was a nice day today?
Well, I am sweating all over, so no, I didn't really think it was.
Well, I mean, you got to drive the car. You got to drive the car, and it did have the hood on it, so it kept the sun off of you.
Yeah, but it had no air conditioning.
Well, okay, fair enough. So, we're going to get something to eat, right?
Of course.
Cool.
And you're obviously paying, right?
Always. Always. Man, golf is a fun sport. Hey, I drove the ball pretty well today, don't you think?
Pretty well to the far right, yeah.
But, okay, even though I went right, my iron game was really good, and I was able to fight my way out of that.
Yeah, but you hit it into the sand, and you did that quite often, might I add.
Even when I went in the sand, my chip was really tight, so I was able to get out of there and get close to the flag.
After 3 times.
You have to admit, though, my putting game was really good, and it saved me a lot of the times from all of the bad hits I had out in the fairway.
And it only took you 11 holes. Listen, until you get a good golfing game, I'm going to keep giving you shit.
I'm improving. I mean, since I've gotten started, haven't I got a lot better?
Yes, you've gotten better since your injury.
We don't have to talk about my shoulder, but I mean, that's another reason why it's coming along slowly, but, you know, I'm going to get it. I'm going to get it.
Sure.
Hey, baby girl, I'm about to go hop in the shower. When I get out, we head out to the volleyball tournament, okay?
Okay. Oh, can I use my the computer?
Oh, yeah, of course, baby. Of course. Hey, baby girl.
Yeah.
Repetition breeds familiarity.
Familiarity breeds comfort. Comfort breeds complacency or success. We're going for the latter rather than the former.
All right, good deal. Handle business.
Okay.
Hey, remember you're a beast out there. Act like it.
I will.
All right.
Let me see what he got in these emails. Spam. Overdue bills. Not surprised. Fuck the police coming straight from the underground. Young nigga got it bad 'cause he's broke. What is this? Sarah? Linda? Becky? Amber? Amy? Molly? Ginger? Heather? Karen? Oh, hell no. We are not having this. No, I don't want no Pancake Tuesdays. Oh, God, delete. No, I do not want your lemon bars, Karen. Oh, my dad's gonna get...
Do you have strong opinions and you're looking for a way to express them? Are you tired of carbon copy sports radio that infests the airwaves? Do you have creative concepts and ideas that you want to share with the world? Then this is not the commercial for you. This commercial is all about
Kinko's University.
That's right. Kinko's University gets you prepared for the podcasting world when you don't have the chops for it. If you're one of the many people looking to get into podcasting, but you just don't have the skill, Kinko's University is the university for you.
I want to do a podcast, but where do I start? And what do I talk about? Kinko's University.
Don't worry, here at Kinko's University, the first thing we teach you about is OPP. That's right, other people's perspective. So you can always have something to talk about, getting it from another source.
Podcasting looks fun, but do I really have to do all that research and show prep? Kinko's University.
Absolutely not. Here at Kinko's, we have classes like No Preparation 101, where we teach you to get around all of that pesky show prep because we know you don't have the time.
I wonder what the best time slot is to get the most listeners. Kinko's University.
Don't worry, here at Kinko's, we have a class called Recycling Ideas 101, where you can find a time slot that works and just jump in that slot to try to make it happen for yourself.
Kinko's University. I I want to come up with new content and subject matter, but I'm not that creative.
Kinko's University.
You'll also take Regurgitation 101, which will help you come up with other people's subject matter that you can recycle and make your own. That's right, here at Kinko's we teach you how to get around hard work, getting new wrinkles in your brain, and having to work hard at your craft. Come to Kinko's, where you can take these top courses with top teachers. Most people that go to Kinko's graduate with Kinko's degrees, that's right, as master copiers. Kinko's University, for the skilled impaired.
Kinko's University is not a real university and is not accredited. You don't actually learn any skills. You just learn how to mimic people who have actual skill.
Underground Railroad Show with that ninja. All aboard, have your tickets ready because the train has arrived. Delayed or on time, it's time to get on board.
What's going on, fam? What's going on, fam? This is the Underground Railroad Show. I believe 8th annual draft show hosted by your boy That Ninja, featuring the Angry Black Man. I truly appreciate y'all coming aboard. Thank you for rolling with me. Let me give a little background to this. It was, I think, I used to do a show every Monday and Thursday, and because the first round falls on Thursday, we'd always do a show on Thursday. So I did a show on Thursday, and it was just, coincidence or happenstance that the first round of the draft happened at the same time. So because of that, I'd be watching the draft while simultaneously doing the show. And one year while the draft was going, and I'm looking at this chat room, I'm seeing something right there, and I'm not sure what that means. Disconnected from the chat. If anybody is blocked, let me know. I see 2 people getting spoken to that I do not see. I'm trying to, have I hit some type of emote only subscribe? No, don't need that. No, we don't do that. Trying to send this only chat. Sorry, I'm double checking something. I'm looking right here. That's interesting. ABM, I'm about to send this to you. I don't know why it kicked you off, sir. Let me get the Angry Black Man back on here. I already had him set up. For some reason, he was kicked off. I'm going to send him this link. Get him back in here. JBJ, the people you've spoken to, are they in the chat room? Because for some reason, I do not see these individuals. And I see something on the chat that's kind of weird. It says something about being disconnected from the chat. Okay, I see the adjustments I've made in here. Let me see. What is this? Oh. Okay. Sorry, just checking here. Oh. Okay. Okay, should be fine. Oh, yeah, he is, sir. I'm just waiting for it to pop back up. I just had to send him another link. I do not see Rough Buff or Sluggo. For some reason, it says disconnected from the chat. Didn't say and welcome to my chat room. The only person I see is JBJ. I wonder if that was my issue last show. Y'all might have been in here and I couldn't see you, but nobody didn't say anything about not getting their chat read. What is going on with this? Interesting. Still might have to jump to that. I'm still considering trying a different chat room. Let me see. I sent that. I tell y'all what, and I apologize for that. Had all of this in order before the show. Let's see what's going on here. And I apologize. Where's he at here? And this is the Underground Railroad Show. Let me give you a little background. I think it was the second year of the show. And because I did the show on Thursday, I was watching the draft. And as I was watching the draft, I was reacting to it. Just having my normal reactions. The picks were crazy as they have been most of the years. But those years, it was it's like teams were going out of their way to pick people they liked instead of who they needed. And it was just egregious. So I was reacting to the picks because, in my opinion, they were outrageous. They weren't founded. They were just drafting players that had a lot of hype but didn't have any substance, while you had real players still on the board. And I was reacting to that. And if I remember correctly, I believe it was Trey Frazier who said you should do a show during the draft. This is hysterical. Said this is hysterical or this is good radio. You should do a show during the draft. And I started doing it that next year. So that would make this year my 8th annual draft show. And I didn't put it on there because I wasn't sure, but I just figured it out. Last year, I think I put 8th annual on there, and that was wrong. It should have been 7th. But this would make the 8th annual draft show. I don't think I did one the first 2 years, even though I would actually be watching the draft, but I didn't throw my GM hat on and, go about making picks. I just kind of watched the draft and reacted. So ever since then, we've been doing the draft. What happens is myself and Jungle Brother used to do it, and we put on our GM hats, and we simply pick what we would do if we had the power to make the choices for those teams. Completely void of any mainstream thoughts or agendas or things you've been being fed for the last 3 or 4 months. We simply did it on what we thought the team needed and what would make them better. And I've just been doing it ever since. It's kind of fun. I'm watching the draft anyway, so that was something that we've been doing for the past about 8 years. Give me as I'm checking my guest here. Although I think the link that he has should probably still be good enough, but I'm making sure. But meanwhile, let's check and see where we're at. So what we're going to do is myself and Tyrone, if he's able to get back on, I'm going to give you my thoughts on the teams and what they should do. I know they're going to have a lot of unnecessary theatrics initially. And teams will do that unnecessarily long pause as they debate on what they want to do when they've known for at least the past month. So it's just a matter of how long this is actually going to last. I know there was one year where I actually didn't get to the last 2 or 3 picks because I started an hour early with the little pregame, and I learned then that was a bad idea. Okay. All right, I was just getting a little affirmation as I thought for some reason he got kicked out. And I was almost ready, and I probably still will. I was almost ready to give StreamYard credit for the way this is set up. Hold on, wait a minute. Oh, we're almost there, 6:59. Got it right here. So we're almost at the top of the hour. Myself and Tyrone are going to get into our draft picks. He should be making his way back in here. Until he gets back, as you know, I'm listening with the volume off, so I'll see the picks when the actual video comes up. You actually might hear it in the chat room first, but I'll give you my thoughts initially. Oh, that is interesting. Looking okay. Got that. All right. Good. Okay. We're situated there. Matter of fact, let's just go ahead and do this. Well, not yet. So we're gonna go through the first round today, the first 32 picks. Give you my thoughts on what these teams should do. We'll react to what they actually do and give you commentary on that on the spot. I think the last couple of seasons, it's gotten better. And, as they say, monkey see, monkey do, copying or whatever. That when the Jalen Hurts and whatnot actually got a fair shot and they started producing, other teams started to copy and follow as opposed to avoiding them and drafting somebody that didn't do it in college, but yet and still got favorable coverage. It is the top of the hour. For the top of the hour, for the remainder of the show, for the remainder of the draft, in honor of the late, great DT, I will be taking a shot at the top of every hour. For those that don't know, it is Pop's birthday. Happy birthday, Pop. R.I.P. DT. On some El Padrino 100 proof. Not easy to find 100 proof tequila. Not bad. You can tell it's 100 proof, but it's still a smooth sip. Thank you for coming aboard and rolling with me. Truly appreciate it. And I do believe. Okay, hey, Tyrone, you got to connect your microphone, sir. They won't allow me to bring you in until you do. Didn't have to say that over the air, but I believe he can hear me. But if not, let me send a text. They weren't really doing all this beforehand. Let me go to this pause, doing a little communication with the guests, and it's live, so I apologize. Let's see. Let's just do this. Just in case he can't hear me right now. It's interesting. I know I called in on the phone once, so that really shouldn't matter. That's interesting. They should not have to do that. Let me see something. Huh. Sorry, trying to figure that out. Tell you what. ABM, if you can hear me, I'm going to send you another link. Just in case. So as the draft gets started, we'll start with the first pick and go as far as what we think the team should do. It's been interesting. The draft picks have not moved. Nobody's traded down. Hasn't been any excitement along those lines. But there are a lot of interesting places. There are a lot of interesting things going on in the draft. Just looking at it for me, I'm interested in what the Falcons are going to do. I think they're already a good team. I know where I think they should go. We'll get there when it's time for that pick, but it's not a big secret. I wouldn't think. I would imagine most people. Oh, never mind. And I believe we're good. Interesting though, his avatar is not showing, but when he is in the stage, I'll actually be able to hear him. So we'll be joined shortly by our guests, and I'll introduce him properly then. But we're going to get into the annual NFL draft show, and I will ask these questions to Light Skywalker when he when he joins us completely.
Sudan, can you hear me, Sudan?
Golden Kiwi, are you there? Yellow Kiwis, yes. Are you there?
Sudan, you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Yellow Kiwi. What's going on, sir? The Kiwis nobody buys. What's going on?
Not a thing, brother. Not a thing. I think
Ladies
I got kicked out when I tried to get in the chat.
Say that one more time.
I tried to hit that chat on the right and it kicked me out. That's what it is. So I'm not touching the chat. So everybody in the chat, what's up?
Okay, I got you. You're crystal clear. Okay, so that's what happened in that regard. So if everything's smooth from here, I guess this is one I can put in the pro column for StreamYard. Bringing in the guests is a lot easier. bringing in a guest appears to be a lot easier. This is the 8th annual NFL Draft Show where we have live coverage of the draft. We give you our picks, our thoughts on what each team should do. And been doing it for the past 8 years, having a good time. And the last, I believe, 2 years, I've been joined by my current guest, the Angry Black Man. What's going on, sir?
What's going on, man? Glad to finally be here, man. All the conjecture is over, all the over analysis is over. Now we can get these young men into their career, man. Probably lifelong dream being celebrated tonight for these guys.
Definitely, definitely. You're going to see guys that have been playing this beautiful coordinated efficiency known as the game of football since at least the age of 10 in most cases. You're talking about 2 and 3 a days, wearing 20-something pounds of pads in 90-plus degree weather, and running into somebody as hard as you can on purpose just to get up and do it again. Not an easy sport to play, and the culmination of all of that hard work is today, sir. I was going to get into this, and now that you're here, and I know they're doing the pageantry and the theatrics right now, and I'm going to do intros, obviously, to introduce everybody that's come aboard the train thus far. Okay, now I see the chat room move, and I see some people in here. Okay, now we're good to go. But let me ask you this. Are there any teams that you are looking forward to see? Let me rephrase that. Are there any teams whose pick interests you in particular, as far as this team in particular? I'm interested in what they're going to do, for whatever reason, whether you think it's going to make a difference or whatever your interest may be. Is there anybody that stands out for you as a pick that you're looking forward to seeing?
There's a couple of teams. The Jets, the Bears, the Saints. Those are the three. I would say those three.
Okay, along those lines. And you know what? Before I'll give you mine, and then I want you to clarify. The Jets, obviously, because of Justin Fields. Believe it or not, the Raiders. Believe it or not, the Raiders. I'm interested to see what the Raiders are going to do. And the Atlanta Falcons. Sir, if you don't mind, could you clarify as to why you're looking forward to seeing those teams and what they're going to do?
The Jets, obviously, because Justin Fields, first-year coach, who's a brother, seeing what they do. They had a good team last year. They underachieved on both sides of the football most of the season watching their games. So that's the first one. The Chicago Bears, obviously, I'm from the crib. Not a fan of them, but they got a lot of pieces. They got a coach that is highly thought of, coming over from Detroit as the offensive coordinator, and Ben Johnson. So I hear Bear fans trying to temper it, talking about, we don't need to win this year. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. So I'm interested to see what they do at that number 10 pick, or if they even move up, if, the word is they want Genty. And then the Saints, because they have a first-year coach. I'm not sure he should have got that job, but they have a chance to maybe do something with their team, because they've been kind of in a malaise the last few years in a division that year after year seems very winnable for a team to come from last to first.
And the Saints had a very disappointing year last year, because they were last year and the year before, I believe, and maybe last year more than the previous year, I believe they were set up to win that division. They had a litany of players. They had a good, solid squad. I just felt they did the wrong thing at quarterback, and I didn't care for Dennis Allen as a coach. So I think they squandered the last couple of seasons. Now, personally, I like Spencer Rattler. I hope he gets a real opportunity there, but I'm not sure what Kellen Moore is going to do. And I can tell you definitively, I don't think he deserved that job. Now, what he's going to do with it, I don't know. But I don't think he deserved that job in comparison to other coaches that have put in more time and got a lot more done. Philadelphia was good before he got there. He just hopped onto a winning train.
I would agree with that, but I think they got an opportunity in that division. That's a really passionate fan base. So he could hit the ground running if they see what they do in the draft. Very interested in that. I won't give away the person I want them to take, but that's why I'm interested in the Saints. It's not and the Falcons. That would have been my fourth team. I drew a blank when you asked me that, but that would have been my fourth team here in the ATL. Passionate Falcon fans that I consider friends of mine, fictive kin, and want to see if they do the most obvious thing that we've been saying for years. Not on the offensive side of football. So see if they see if they get it right. They finally got it right with Michael Penix, probably 3 or 4 games too late to go to him last year.
Mm-hmm.
But the Falcons would be the fourth. As I told you earlier on the radio today, terrestrial radio, I happened to have that on for about 2 minutes, and the 4 Falcon fans that called in, including whatever station it was on, I can't even tell you, they all said the Falcons, what we've been saying, what the Falcons should do. So I felt good that the Falcon fan base, at least those that called in on the show, seem to have a brain as far as football, what they should do in this draft.
Yeah, I think it's fairly obvious what the Falcons should be reaching for, and if they do anything other than that, you can expect a reaction from me. As far as my fourth, the and I still have them written down as this, but the Washington football team. The Washington football team kind of came out of nowhere. Not the quarterback. He didn't come out of nowhere. What he did was fairly predictable, but that team being that good, I didn't see that. So coming off of that year where the Philadelphia with that defense that was just firing on all cylinders at the end of the year was the only thing that was able to stop him in the NFC. I'm quite interested to see what they're going to do because I believe they're probably going to get something to help Jaden Daniels even further in the first round. And if not, I think I believe that to be the case because of and I think we can go ahead and say this, the defensive line position being fairly deep in this draft where you can get some things in the second and third round that can actually help your team. So that's even more of a cause to go ahead and grab that offensive guy or that guy that stands out if they're available. So I'm interested in seeing what the Washington football team is going to do as well. Allow me to do while they're doing this pageantry as we await the first pick from the Tennessee Titans. And I'll give you my thoughts on that as well as the Angry Black Man will do the same. But before we do that, let's go ahead and introduce everybody. Again, thank you for coming aboard. 8th annual NFL Draft Show covering the first round. Sound bites will be obliged as much as possible, but the main objective today is to give you the commentary and to keep up with the picks. So in that sense, it will be tame to a degree. As a matter of fact, let me make that adjustment. And I actually discovered, ABM, that I can actually talk. The last time I did the cows, I was able to actually play my normal music in the background, and there was no interference. So it was just a matter of adjusting the mic. So apparently you can talk somewhat to a degree when the sound bites are playing. You just have to make the proper adjustments, apparently. So that's a good thing. And again, let me know. Okay, I see it now. First man aboard the train coming in with his usual good evening.
Motherfucker.
We got JBJ on the train. Thank you, sir. JBJ saying happy birthday. Appreciate it, sir. Born day was on Monday. Thank you for that. And today is Don T's born day. R.I.P. DT. We got my man Sluggo aboard the train. What's going on, sir? And JBJ, excuse me, fan of the Fighting Mayfields down there in Florida. Also a fan of those Florida Gators. Sluggo, big-time fan of those Atlanta Falcons, previously mentioned, as well as Georgia State. Important factors, especially today. Sluggo saying, I have no expectations of the Dirty Birds tonight. None. And that's with an exclamation mark. Sluggo saying, I'm waiting to see if Shador really falls outside of the first round. I don't see it. It shouldn't happen because there are a few spots where he could land, if you ask me. There are a few spots where he could go. If that happens, I'd be shocked. Thank you for that, Sluggo. Happy born day, DT. Coming aboard the train to his usual bomb drop for slapping the sauce out of his wife's hands when she tried to apply it to my ribs. True story. True story. This actually happened. Sauce hit ground or a concrete patio.
Who told you that?
I was told that by several people, and it was confirmed on a show phone call. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you none other than the great Sidney Jackson. What's going on, sir? Thank you for coming aboard, and I hope you are enjoying the ride thus far on this 8th annual draft show featuring the Angry Black Man, a.k.a. Light Skywalker. Appreciate that, JBJ. JBJ says, Sluggo, I hear y'all are going for a pass rusher. And I mean, we'll get there. Sidney Jackson said, y'all watching this little draft hoping your loser team improves. I can't relate. And forgive me for not saying this, Sidney Jackson, a fan of the Super Bowl champion Philadelphia Eagles. And what he is saying is, Sidney can talk that shit. His team won the Super Bowl. Sidney said ABM has a light-skinned avatar. Snuggle said, no doubt, JB, that's our primary need, but I don't know if they can get it right. JBJ said, do y'all prefer BSPN or the NFL Network? I'm watching on the NFL Network, sir. As a matter of fact, hey, and ABM, don't let me if the first round, if they get on the clock.
Yeah, first pick is in.
I'm tripping.
Second pick
I
is
see
on.
it.
Yeah.
As I'm talking, hey, interrupt me, man. Feel free, because we already get shot past it. But okay, and I can see them walking up.
It looks like BSPN is a little ahead of the NFL Network. I was testing it. It looks like it's about 10, 15, 20 seconds ahead, maybe on Clear Choice. But
okay,
Cam Ward, man, Cam Ward. Let me say this: the kid, number one pick, Cam Ward from Miami. Yes. I think he went to Immaculate Heart, excuse me, and then he went to Oregon or Washington State, and then Miami. Persistence, young people, persistence. He was never the top player at anywhere or never highly thought of, and now the man's number one pick in the NFL draft. Congratulations. Great pick by the Tennessee Titans.
Cam Ward. Congratulations.
Might be worth a trip to Nashville.
Yes, sir. Cam Ward is it's an easy trip to Nashville. Now the Tennessee is going to be worth watching. And a couple of things here. Number one, this is my pick for Tennessee. And one thing, and me and ABM talked about this, I'm pleasantly surprised that they actually admitted that they made a mistake with Will Levis instead of allowing their team to continue to fail like New York did with Danny Dimes. So they acknowledged that mistake, and they picked up a quarterback, and they're really not that far away. I really think Will Levis held them back a lot more than people believe. So Cam Ward, again, Washington State to Miami, breaking the collegiate passing record. And despite the scandalous and slanderous commentary microanalyzing his last game, he's the first pick in the NFL draft. He deserves it, and I think the Titans made the right decision. I believe this because he was throwing to nobody at Washington State and at Miami. Name a top-tier receiver that he had. Name a Heisman Trophy candidate that he had at receiver. It didn't exist. He was throwing to okay receivers, and he was doing just as much as anybody in the country.
Jacksonville Jaguars have traded up to the number 2 pick with the Cleveland Browns. Wow, Cleveland, what are you doing?
Wow. Okay, if Jacksonville's doing that, I think they're going to get Travis Hunter. What do you say?
Yeah, they got to get Travis Hunter. I was thinking the way they kind of wrote Etienne off, they might take Genty to carry the load from the overpaid quarterback they have, but I don't think they moved up 2 to take Genty, but I was going to say that for 4, but I'm shocked Cleveland moved back to, they haven't said what they're getting. At least they haven't showed it on the scroll, but that is wild. I'm going to say they got to take Travis Hunter for the put people in the seats and the fact he can affect both sides of the football. And they lost Christian Kirk at wide receiver too.
Yeah. I would say so. Now, honestly, I think they need a quarterback, but they're not going to do that. So,
they definitely need that, but they're not going to do that at $55 million for the next 3 years that they owe that dude.
They're not going to do that.
I think they got to take Travis Hunter for box office. The fact he can play both sides of the ball. They lost Evan Ingram, the tight end, in free agency. They also lost Christian Kirk. So, remember a year ago they let Ridley walk out the door. So, they got the kid from LSU. that was good last year, the rookie, but they could use him on both sides of the football. Plus, he helps uh, that morbid fan base with giving them a box office. So it looks like they
Yeah, and
got
then you got
Jacksonville gets the second pick, 2025 fourth and sixth rounder. The Browns get the fifth pick, a second and a fourth round pick, and then they get Jacksonville's 2026 first round pick next year.
okay, so they got a good deal out of it. And honestly, if I'm Cleveland, you didn't need a quarterback. It would have been nice to get an Abdul Carter, or it would have been nice to pick up this the Mr. Hunter. It would have been nice, but they can still get a quality D lineman on down the road, and that's an area they could address and have an even deadlier defense. They can still get a receiver. They can still get an offensive lineman that's an impact player. So they're still in the wheelhouse as far as what I had them drafted.
And there's some good running backs available with that second round pick. If any of those running backs fall out of the first round, your boys from Ohio State, Judkins, Henderson, the boy from North Carolina, so they can get a running back because they don't. Nick Chubb is not with them now, right? So they did pretty good with that. I was shocked they moved back. It hadn't been talked they were going to move back. It was mostly the Giants. So
Yeah.
there's Travis Hunter and
Now,
his mom.
so that's right. They do have ATN. So now with this, with Jacksonville stepping up, what I would say with well, it doesn't matter now because I had a whole little speech I was going to give with Jacksonville, but they stepped up, and I would assume they're going to get Travis Hunter. I can't. The only other person they would come up this high for that probably would have been gone is Abdul Carter, and I don't necessarily think they're going to go that route. So I think this is going to be Travis Hunter for Jacksonville. And as I look at this, and you said it already.
I would be shocked if it wasn't him.
And Cleveland only went back to 5, right? For Jacksonville's pick at number 5.
Yeah, they went back to 5.
Yeah, it has to be Travis Hunter. That has to be. It has to be. So I mean, we still have the top O lineman on the board. Browns could definitely go that route. Abdul Carter might still be available. So now we have the Giants. We're gonna have the Giants on the clock after this. So we both agree that Jacksonville's probably gonna take Travis Hunter, correct?
Yeah, I mean, this is a no-brainer. This would be a shocker if they don't take Travis Hunter.
And then, you have a situation where a player like that, again, he can impact both sides of the ball, sell tickets, actually a good player, and he can help to elevate Sunshine, who's an average quarterback, but he's going to get better than average coverage. Punk-ass Goodell at the podium. And once again, this is the Underground Railroad Show, 8th annual draft show, featuring the Angry Black Man. I apologize for being late on that first pick. Chat will be picked up as it can, but as I said before, the main priority is going to be keeping up with the picks. And I will go to the chat room and get live reaction, and I'll attempt to go back and read some of the chat. And I apologize for the late start, but trying to figure out the had to figure out the system my first time having a guest. But once that was done, and maybe bringing them in too early was the issue. As we await this selection for Jacksonville. Which has to be a no-brainer right here. Lot of picks for Cleveland. Weigh their options, and I think what this means is that Cleveland either couldn't turn that deal down or they were never going to get Travis Hunter in the first place. And I never thought they were going quarterback in the first. I never thought they were going quarterback anyway. Is this like one of them speeches in the middle of the shit, or is he actually about to announce the pick?
He's probably going to do the pick, but he was the NFL Man of the Year, so maybe he's talking about that, or they're giving him some shine, I assume. Now he's getting the pick.
Okay. Now I'm waiting on the damn picture, the words to pop up as I continue to listen with no volume. And this is the Underground Railroad Show once again, featuring the Angry Black Man annual draft show, waiting on the pick from Jacksonville. And of course, it is Travis Hunter, who is there with his pop, There with his moms, and even has his girl with him.
I told JBJ earlier today. I hope we didn't they didn't put Travis in HD, but I apologize in advance. But
The Blazer's interesting. He definitely made sure he wasn't gonna be dressed like anybody else.
yeah, he's
But that
flamboyant.
team,
Everybody got their own style and stuff. Genty
yeah,
has on those slides, or what's the name of them slides that Bike Master Flex wears over to the honey's house?
he took his he
Crocs.
took some shoot he took his kicks off and put something else on. Like I saw him like pulling. Yeah, he I didn't see the outfit, but sitting down, he looked like he was clean. But I
Yeah,
couldn't
he's
tell. You
clean,
know
but
how?
when he came out there on the red carpet on the field earlier, he had on Crocs that matched his suit.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, he had on
No, he
Crocs, man.
didn't.
Maybe Bike Master Flex sent those to him to wear for draft night.
Crocs.
Yeah,
Jesus
because the,
Christ.
the
I,
the
I
the
digress.
lady on NFL Network interviewing him said, "Man, I wish I had some of those. Your shoes are much more comfortable than mine." 'Cause she had on heels, and they put the camera on, and I was like, "This dude got on Crocs. Wow, he was clean, but he had Crocs on."
That's interesting. That's interesting. Well, great pickup for Jacksonville, and obviously they wanted this man in a bad way to move up to get him, and they give up what they gave up to get him. But we're talking about a man that was ranked as the top DB and the top receiver in the draft. One hell of an athlete, one hell of a pickup. He's going to help the team, no doubt about that. And you're going to need these type of players if you're going to continue to lean on the quarterback that has been less than stellar, as the entire football analysts of the world continue to ignore that. But shout out to Sunshine, failing up. But a great pick for Jacksonville. He's going to help on both sides of the ball. And with the proper – now, hold on, let me ask you a question. Did they fire Doug Peterson?
Yeah, Peterson got fired. Again, a second or third coach Sunshine has had who was successful with other quarterbacks, but now it's Sunshine. But they won't tell you that. But I can't even tell you who their new coach is. So maybe somebody in the
And
chat
that's
can.
the only
It
thing that
doesn't jump
scares
out
me
in
a
my
little bit.
mind.
That's the only thing that scares me a little bit is I don't know what's going on with their new coach. Oh, okay, that's interesting. That's interesting. Because with what Doug Peterson can do from a play calling aspect, I was thinking about that. But when I started to think about that, I remembered he's gone. He's gone. So okay,
Oh, they
Jacksonville made
got
that
they
move.
got they got
Jacksonville
the
made that
JB's
move.
old offensive coordinator, Liam Cohen. The offensive coordinator for the Buccaneers is now the coach of Jacksonville.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't
It's
think
the
much
guy
of
pulling
Law
the
and
trigger at
Order.
quarterback. Yeah, it's the guy pulling the trigger at quarterback. That's the
Interesting.
problem. This is his third or fourth coach. I mean, at some point, they can't keep giving him, top quarterback money and keep blaming the coaches who were successful with other guys, or at least had them play solid football at quarterback. So,
No,
Giants
I
pick is
believe.
in.
Is the Giants pick in?
Yeah, the Giants pick is in.
Giants sitting on his third pick. Giants do not need a quarterback, in my humble opinion. And ABM has his reasons. I'll allow him to tell you that. I don't think they need a quarterback because they're good at quarterback at the moment. Between Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston, they don't need to spend a first round pick at the quarterback position. They have a new coach coming in, and honestly, I don't think they're as terrible as everybody thinks they are. They had a really good defense last year. I really think Daniel Jones was that terrible. I don't even
Yeah,
dislike their head.
I
I
would
don't
have
even
Abdul
dislike their head.
Carter.
I figured it would be him. Is it Abdul Carter?
No, that's who I would take now that
Yes.
Travis didn't
That's
fall down
yeah.
or anything like that. They don't need a quarterback. They're set at quarterback. That's not a need area once they decide to go the free agent route with veterans with Russ and Jameis.
Yeah.
And I'll be honest, if I had to take my pick, I'd rather Jameis be the quarterback than Russell Wilson. I'm over to Russell Wilson, come on, guys, we're all in this together. Those are my guys. And if I'm over to Russell Wilson, God bless him, but I'd rather go with Jameis. But I think they're fine everywhere else, and you get a big-time pass rusher. That's the way I would go if I was the Giants. The reason I did not want Shador to go there, great for a third pick, but they already have two quarterbacks that can play for where they're at now. And if they don't win and make the playoffs, that coach and GM is out. And we know how the NFL people want to have their own quarterback. He could be caught up in that shuttle. So I didn't never thought that was a good spot for him to go myself,
Mm-hmm.
even if Russ and Jameis weren't signed, if they had lesser accomplished quarterbacks signed on their roster.
Yeah, I agree. I would go Abdul Carter right here. I was thinking possibly best O lineman, but I thought that Abdul Carter might be gone. I don't think you can pass on him. For me, and I say this every year, I think you have to pass rush to me is essential. You have to have pass rush. It disrupts the quarterback. And it's Abdul Carter. You had to take him. We're talking about, I believe, a 4-4 guy, an absolute monster. He's going to disrupt the backfield. He's going to get to the quarterback. He's going to disrupt the play. The way of a Myles Garrett, the way of go ahead and say the name in Dallas so I don't fuck it up again, sir.
You talking about the great Mika? Mika Parsons. Mika Parsons. She also does hair when she's not sacking the quarterback.
It's Micah, right? Micah Parsons.
Yeah, Micah Parsons. Yeah, he's in that ilk, and the
but
thing he'll do, he's so good, he'll let somebody else get off on the other side because you'll start having to
yes,
give him more attention right off for the first snap of
yes.
the game one.
This is an excellent pickup. I'll be honest with you. I like Brian Dabo as a play caller, and I think with competent quarterbacks, you're going to see how good the offense is. They already have pretty good receivers. They can still pick up more talent later in the draft. There are a good amount of receivers in this draft. There are a good amount of D linemen, but there are not a lot of Abdul Carters. So you couldn't pass on him. He's going to make their defense even better. People couldn't tell how good their defense was last year because of the way their offense was struggling. They had a very good defense last year, and I think they're going to the Giants have a chance to turn things around a lot quicker than people think. And that's how bad Daniel Jones was, in my opinion. Great pick for the Giants. Great pick for the Giants. We have the Cheatriots on the clock. The Cheatriots are going to stay with Drake May at quarterback. I would take the best pass rusher available. If not, I get him an old lineman, but I'd probably go defense because if you're going to depend on him, you're going to need to have a dominant defense. If that's what you're going to depend on, you're going to need a dominant defense.
And that's what Vrabel wants to do is play defense. But the talk has been they're going to go get an offensive lineman, but they couldn't go wrong. This is a deep defense. So I was actually thinking they might trade back. That's what Bill Belichick used to do. And then maybe pick up another pick in the first round so you could pick up two defensive guys, really build your defense with what you got.
You could do that. Yeah, there are a lot of SEC defensive ends and pass rushers available. You still have JT at the Ohio. Excuse me. You still have JT at the Ohio State University. You still got Princely at Ole Miss. Still got Stewart at Texas A&M. You still have Mikael Williams at Georgia. So there are a lot of options out there. Nolan from Ole Miss. The cats from South Carolina. As you spoke about earlier, the Williams from the Ohio State University. Sanders from South Carolina. You have a lot of defensive linemen, quality defensive linemen in this draft. Now, I will say, personally,
you can't just leave out Jack. You can't just leave out Jack Sawyer, man. Come on, you can't leave out your homegrown Jack Sawyer. I mean, you could get Jack Sawyer in the 4th or 5th round and be solid. He could be solid if you have enough around him. You don't take him early, but it's a very deep edge rusher field because Jack Sawyer is not a bad football player. Not a first or second rounder, but third through 5th round. It's a really deep draft for edge rushers.
And James Pierce is still available. That's a 4-4 guy. So I mean, I think he's the only other 4-4 guy at that position in the draft. So I wouldn't sleep on him either out of Tennessee. Tennessee had a very good defense this past season. Nice pickup for the Giants. They already had a really good defense. That's going to make them even more solid at the defensive on the defensive side of the ball. As far as the Cheatriots, just projecting. Hate Vrabel as a coach. I think he's an idiot. I don't like Drake May at the quarterback position. He's going to get great coverage just like Daniel Jones did. But if they're not careful, they're gonna need to lean on their defense. They're gonna need to be able to run the ball. They're gonna need everybody else to carry it because their quarterback's not gonna be able to do it. I'd be shocked if they did anything besides defense here. And I am gonna get to your chat, but prioritizing the picks. And as we said, we have the Browns coming up next. We still have a plethora of D linemen available. Offensive linemen. You still have top receivers on the board. I would go offensive lineman because I didn't see Watson being able to set his feet a lot last year. Unless you feel like you can't pass up on the Golden or an Ibuka. But I think you have to go O-lineman if you're Cleveland. But I'm jumping ahead.
Yeah, I think you can go lineman, but I don't know who their running back's going to be. I also
Got a
don't.
point.
Their quarterback room is Flacco and Kenny Pickett. So I mean, they really could go lineman with Campbell or Banks out of Texas, LSU and Texas respectively. But I'm kind of baffled because I thought all along it was either Travis Hunter or Carter, and as we got closer, I thought it was for sure they were going to trade Travis Hunter. Now I have no idea what the Browns are going to do with that pick at 5. Like, who do they want? The Mason Graham from Michigan, he's okay, but he's too high rated for me. They keep saying he doesn't have a high ceiling, but he's going to be ultra solid. But that's how they, when it's one of them, that's how they talk about him. You can't go wrong if you take him, It's not going to be great, but you can't go wrong.
I'm still looking for Watson to be at the quarterback position. As you said, I'm thinking man from LSU. If not, you got Kelvin Banks. You still have Josh Simmons, Will Campbell, all available. And you still have a lot of very good defensive pass rushers and defensive ends available. They could even want to, there's nothing wrong with having a Philadelphia-like team where you have multiple pass rushers. Again, to me, it's invaluable being able to put pressure on the quarterback. Even if you have great cornerback play, we've seen instances where the flags are inconsistent. But if you get pressure, that's almost undeniable. Outside of that, don't hit particular quarterback's flag you might get every now and again. That's going to disrupt the play. I think that's invaluable. So I wouldn't be shocked if they went that way, but you have to go lineman and protect your QB. This would be a time for me to try to get some of this chat. Okay, not that bad. It's not that bad. And I remember where I was at, and I was laughing at JBJ as I looked up and the pick was in.
It's a big event for the NFL. I can
To quote
attest. There's
JBJ,
nothing in Green Bay.
And you've been there. Say there's nothing there, sir.
Nothing there, man. Nothing. They took Reggie White to Red Lobster when he went on his free agent visit. True story. That's all they had.
Oh, God. It's like I said, you know you made
suit?
it when the bots come out. Oh, I missed a couple of things here. This is terrible. Sidney Johnson said, Sudan, goddamn. Oh boy, you ain't shit. Oh shit, I'm sorry. JBJ said, do y'all prefer BSPN or the NFL Network?
Jesus, wow. Come on down and kill that monkey, Jesus, wow. Come on down and kill that monkey, Jesus.
And the pick is confirmed for the Cheatriots. They took what they believe to be the top lineman, Will Campbell out of LSU, sir.
Yes, sir. Played in the SEC, not a bad pickup. So they can't say Drake May. They took care of his blind side. They got a receiver, signed Stephon Diggs. So it's gonna be fresh out of excuses.
Yeah, and I don't he's not gonna be that guy no matter how much they want him to be. He'll have to show me something. I just don't see it. But solid pick again, offensive tackle out of the SEC, played for LSU. Will Campbell, I think the fastest lineman, one of the fastest linemen in the draft. One of the fastest linemen in the draft. But at the in the offensive line position, it's more about quickness. It's more about quickness. And both of those things don't necessarily go together, but hell of a player. Again, held it down in the SEC. And I think any tackle deal in the SEC where the D line is deep, you have a lot of athletes. You have to deal with a lot of things that you're going to see in the NFL as far as athleticism at the defensive end and linebacker position. So good solid pick. Good solid pick for the Cheatriots and punk ass Mike Vrabel.
Browns pick is in.
And they should know who they want. They should know who they want. The Browns pick is in. What are you looking for the Browns to do right here, sir? I'm saying offensive lineman.
I'm gonna be honestly, I have no idea. I think they're gonna take one of these pass rushers. Or they may take the boy. I don't think they're gonna take the boy from Arizona. He's Polynesian, man. He's Samoan. He's not used to that cold. So I think they're gonna take the edge rusher.
I think my man is gonna be a very good tackle, but I'm telling you, man, in this draft, you got some guys that I might have taken before, homie. Or some people that I feel are just as good. But I think you can't go wrong with Kelvin Banks, my man from Missouri, Armand. I'm not going to attempt to pronounce his last name. You still got Josh Simmons from The Ohio State University out there. I mean, there's some quality offensive tackles available. And unless you're going to get a top defensive pass rusher, I think that's where Cleveland should go. So either
Did you say you're not gonna pronounce your cousin's name, Ahmad Mimbu?
No, sir. And again, I'm not going to attempt. I haven't heard it said out loud. I'm not even going to attempt it. I'm not going to attempt it. But if I'm Cleveland, I'm protecting. I'm protecting my QB right here. I'm getting the top O lineman because there's so many D linemen, and unless there's somebody they just think they have to have right here, I'm going who you feel the next best O lineman is, or possibly the best one. So it's Armand Mimbu. Perhaps that's his name.
You know your cousin. He was at the family reunion.
Kelvin Banks Jr. and Josh Simmons are available. You also have Jonah out of Arizona. And respectfully, Donovan Jackson out of The Ohio State University as well. So you have a plethora of tackles available in this situation. In my opinion, that's where Cleveland should go. I apologize for not getting on a little bit sooner because now that the draft is on, it is moving. The Raiders are next on the clock, sir, and that's one of the teams I was interested in. This is interesting. The Browns pick is in. Let's see who they have before we start this commentary on my former team, the Raiders. If this is anything besides a day one D tackle, okay.
Yeah,
no,
D-tackle.
Oh my, that's not where I would have went. With
they
everybody
love him,
available,
man.
they wouldn't make
he's
Graham?
solid. he's not going to be a bust. He may not be great, but he's going to be. He's a can't miss solid guy. That's all I heard. That's all I heard for the last month and a half. They
Hey
love him.
man, I don't. Okay, this is my first what the fuck pick of the draft. This is my first what the fuck pick of the draft, man. I disagree. I know he's rated higher than a lot of other players. A lot of other players that are moving at 4.5. One that's a 4. I'm taking James Pierce, who played in the. I'm taking James Pierce, who played in the SEC on a very good defense, who runs a fucking 4.4 at the defensive end position all day long before I'm taking Mason Graham. All day long. You can't teach speed. And that man was a monster. And I disagree. You still have you have 3 other players. You have 4 players out of the SEC, all running better than a 5.1, playing against better competition. If you ask me, I don't like that pick for Cleveland. I understand going defensive tackle, but not Mason Graham. I don't understand that pick.
Yeah, I don't like that pick. I'll wait to see the rest of their draft, and they do have a first rounder coming next year via Jacksonville. But this is going to be the comparison: Mason Graham and Travis Hunter. So the rest of their draft better be stellar.
They could have got that's okay. I know what he was rated, but okay. I don't. Okay, Raiders on the. I said what I had to say about that one. Where is I'm sorry, I don't got my. I know I got something in here.
You blind motherfucker. Did you blind motherfucker? Did you blind motherfucker?
Sir, we have the my former team, the Raiders, on the clock. What are your thoughts on what the Oakland? No, I'm sorry. The fucking Las Vegas Raiders are going to do with this pick.
For me, they could go receiver. Because of Pete Carroll's pinch and run the football, they got Geno who can throw it if you keep him upright. I like to see him go get Ashton Genty or a receiver. And I think if of the two, I don't think there's a receiver that's better than Ashton Genty. So I like to see Ashton Genty. The defense is not bad. They play well, sometimes more inspired when they play the Chiefs than everybody else. But I like to see Ashton Genty. You want to run the ball, get the best running back in the draft and go from there.
I'm trying to. Did Henderson come out of the draft for Ohio State, or did he stay?
Yeah, Henderson and Judkins are both in the draft.
Ooh, if somebody's going to get a very underrated running back in Henderson, and he's not going to be first round like he should. I would take Henderson before Judkins, personally, but we'll talk about that later. But somebody's going to get a very underrated running back in Henderson.
Yeah, you got some good ones down to Tootin from Virginia Tech. I was they had the draft or the combine on again. That dude ran like a 4.2 or 4.3. So you got some really good running backs. That's why I said that second round pick with the Browns needing a running back. They may have one of those guys there where they get a first round quality running back with that second round pick if they play it right.
If they're paying attention, if Henderson's there, I would snatch him up so quick in the second round. So you wouldn't take a Matthew Golden running that 4.2 if you're the Raiders? You wouldn't take him over Genty?
That's old Raiders. Throw it deep. They need a running back because Pete Carroll likes to run the ball.
So did they get rid of the guy they had last year? Because I thought he was more than serviceable.
I mean, serviceable. I mean, you trying to make the playoffs, or you just want to play your 17 games and go home?
I didn't think he was a bad running back. I'm trying to remember who he is. I can't remember his fucking name, but he wasn't a bad running back.
He can get some carries. He can get some carries. He can get some carries.
Boy, you wow.
There it is. There it is. Ashton Genty.
We'll see how this. I'm sorry, sir. Go ahead.
Ashton Genty to the
Raiders. Picked up Genty.
Yep.
Okay.
Now it's interesting to see what the Bears do. I heard the Bears were taking him at 10 if he failed. He ain't there, Chicago. He changed his shoes now. He had the joints on earlier. Okay, he took them off. He had them on for going out there on the field.
This is interesting. Nice pickup for the Raiders. Nice pickup, and I like that getting a dynamic running back for Geno. They didn't have a bad line. They didn't have a bad line. I am. You have to excuse me right now, man. I'm truly interested in where they got Henderson. I'm just wondering where he's being rated. Because as I look through these
They
so-called
got him as a third
rankings,
running back after the kid Omari and Hampton from North Carolina.
okay, I must have missed it. Let me go back and look
Yeah, they're
again.
two. They're 2-3.
There, okay, there he is. Okay, yeah, I would. Okay, man, you're gonna think I'm taking Henderson. Henderson would have been. I'm taking Henderson, dude. I would have taken Henderson first. I mean, this last year he didn't get used properly. Dude really didn't do a good job. Henderson's like he's not just an okay running back. I think Henderson's going to be a guy in the NFL, and I think because of the way the draft is set up, I think he's going to end up going to a situation that's going to be beneficial. I think he's going to end up falling to a beneficial situation, but Henderson's not just a guy. He's not just a okay guy. Yeah, he's going to get his opportunity, but Henderson's not just a regular everyday running back, man. That guy's somebody. He's gonna make a difference on somebody's team. But a nice pickup for the Raiders, man. What do you think about that? With the pickup of a real quarterback and Pete Carroll coming in coaching.
Um, they're the Raiders. I mean, I like the pickup of. I like all the three of them together. They still got a wide gap between them and the Chiefs, but I like what they're doing. Pete Carroll brings a lot of energy. He can coach, but he brings a lot of energy with how he coaches, so that'll help the Raiders. And nothing against AP, but I think Pete Carroll, obviously with this pick, has a little bit more say so on the roster than I thought and I had intimated about AP the last year. You know, it's one thing to be the head coach, but when you ain't, I can't believe AP brought in Gardner Minshew to be his quarterback. You can't. Nobody can convince me that he was like, yeah, that's who I want.
Yeah, I mean, in a position
I'm
to
sure Pete
have
Carroll
to
had his
take the
fingers on
job.
picking a running back.
Yeah, and I'm not mad at that. And again, as much as they tried to pretend like running backs didn't matter because they conspired to lowball a position that was mainly occupied by black players, in my opinion. So they conspired to pretend like the running back position didn't matter. But when teams were left standing, all of them had a decent running game, and you saw the difference that running backs made, regardless of the bullshit coverage. So that's I like the fact that the play on the field kind of slowly but surely killed that bullshit narrative. They're not really talking about it, but the play on the field kind of killed that running back doesn't matter narrative.
Yep.
But nice pickup in the
And
Jets again. The Jets pick is in, sir.
let's hope the Jets don't pick the tight end from Penn State. Too early for him. Better players out there. So let's see what the Jets do. They could
The
use another
Jets,
lineman on the offensive line, but let's see what the Jets do.
the Jets should go O line or a top receiver. Matthew Golden's still there. Abuka's still there. And you still have a plethora of old linemen. So you can get the top of the top. You still got Simmons. You still got Bank. You still got Mimbu. You still have the tops of the tops in all of these positions right now. They can go old tackle right here, or they can go wide receiver. And with the depth I'm seeing at the tackle position, I think they'd be tempted to go wide receiver right here. You got some difference makers, and you got a difference maker at quarterback who's actually going to get a real opportunity this year, or at least that's the prediction. You have Golden, you have Abuka, and I think even Isaiah Bond running the 4.3. There's somebody that has a ridiculous 40 time, and again, that doesn't always add up to skill, but Who was that damn
There's a ton of receivers. I was looking at the Raiders when you were talking about the pick. Looking at their other picks, they
Tennessee
got
Johnson?
37 in the second round.
Hmm.
So they might pick up a receiver in the second round pick with that 37. So be interested to see what they do with the rest of that. If they go offense or defense. But there's a ton of receivers. You got Luther Burden, you got Golden, you got the resident Nigerian from your Buckeyes.
You got
Got
a
the kid
Buka. You got a
Higgins from
Buka.
Iowa State that was injured during the playoff season. He's good. Isaiah Bond. It's a lot of good receivers out there. A lot of good receivers. So be interesting. But Raiders fan base, man. If you haven't been to Vegas, out in Vegas, man, if there's a Raiders game, their fan base is Raiders. We know they're passionate, but in Vegas, they're a whole different level. They're a whole different level, man. So they have to be excited that they at least won the box office of getting Genty. Now you got to do it on the field, but probably a good day to be a Raider fan with that pick.
Yeah, you're right. Very deep receiver draft. Good second and third round pickups. You're still gonna have guys like Dante Thornton Jr. out there from Tennessee. A 4-3 guy sit at 6'5". That's and again on a team that didn't utilize him because the coach wasn't very aggressive, not consistently. So there are a lot of players out there at the receiver position. So I agree with that. I'd probably go O lineman right here. They're always, since Fields is a quarterback, of course they're going to lean defense. I would go offense right here. They need to protect their quarterback and or get them a receiver if they feel the line is decent or they feel like they can get a O lineman in the second round. And there's still some available. Not as deep as the receiver position, but you still have – we haven't had a receiver come off the board. Yeah, the pick is in.
Yeah,
pick is in.
sir, baby. Your cousin, man. Your cousin. Your cousin, dog.
You stupid, man. You stupid. They got my man out of Missouri.
They got your cousin, Mimbu.
Out of Missouri. Okay, so they went offensive tackle. And I like that.
Take your quarterback. I like that too.
Okay, I'm good with that. I like that. I felt the Jets should have went offensive tackle or receiver. I'm good with them doing that. As you just mentioned, the receivers are deep. There hasn't been a receiver taken yet. So I like this. Played in the SEC, did a good job. One of the reasons Missouri had a pretty good year. Athletic, solid at again, seems to be a heavy weight, but that's a solid weight for him. A solid size individual at 6'4", around 330. So the Jets are fortifying their line. And I'd be surprised if they didn't go receiver with their next pick. I'd be surprised.
Yeah, their defense doesn't need a whole lot. Like I watched them last year, they kind of underachieved from where I thought they would be. They were still good, but they didn't dominate like they normally do. But they got the 42nd pick in the second round. Looks like a third round pick 73, and then fourth round 110. So I think in that second round at 42. Probably going to be a receiver for them. I would hope. I'd be excited about that. This young man at the crib.
So the Panthers actually had another damn first round pick. So are the Panthers still up with this pick, or did the Browns? The Browns didn't get their other first round pick, did
they? The Panthers are on the clock, followed by the Saints and the Chicago Bears.
So the Panthers are on the clock. So the Panthers are living. The Panthers are very happy right now. They picked up one of the most featured players ever in the draft, a true two-way player who's going to have an impact, and they have another pick right here. So again, I think that they need a quarterback. They're not going to do that, unfortunately, but they have an opportunity here to pick up a receiver, and I believe they need one. So. Do they go receiver here, sir, or do they go offensive lineman?
I would like to see the Panthers. Their running game was good, so I like to see them go receiver. A lot of the scuttlebutt I've read over the last 2 months was talking defense. They need to go offense. He made it work when he got back in there. but they need to go receiver because he was doing it with mirrors, smoking mirrors with his receiver core. They haven't added any receivers, so I like to see him get a receiver. They played well at the end of the year and they were able to run the football. So
Mhm.
again, you could always improve your line, but I don't think that's the biggest necessity for the Carolina Panthers.
No, and again, I think I misspoke earlier. Yeah, the Panthers, I'm going receiver all day long. You can go offensive lineman, and I wouldn't be mad, but I think you should pick up a receiver, but this should be an offensive pick. So they should go offensive lineman or they should go wide receiver. Again, with a deep draft, I'm probably go O lineman and protect my quarterback when they finally put him in the game and let him play. Again, he looked good. He improved. The team improved. And, all of the over the top coverage that people that didn't understand the game of football actually took seriously kind of went to the wayside. But benched prematurely in the second year on his third coach, and the narrative was he's a bust. That's very interesting. When he finally got back in, he played well. He just needed opportunity. But I would do something for my quarterback here. I'm going O lineman, a wide receiver all day long. And with all the top receivers still being there, if there's a guy you think is worth it, I'd snatch him up right about now. But they have their pick of the litter right here. But it would definitely be offense for me, either a weapon or a protection for Mr. Young.
Yeah, I agree. I'm looking at some of these receivers, and I think a lot of them are good. And I think my opinion on why that this receiver class is not as hyped for multiple first rounders is looking at their height. A lot of these guys are 5'11", 6 feet, maybe 6'1". There's not a lot of height at the wide receiver in this class. So I think that may have hurt some of these guys as maybe being outside the number receivers, have being big targets for maybe a potential quarterback, especially like Bryce, who's a smaller quarterback. Um, the Arizona kid would be good, or the kid, I don't think he's worth that pick that high from Iowa State, but they need a receiver with some height for him. Like I said, was Adam Thielen. He made it work last year with Adam Thielen at the
He
end of the
did.
season, and that is not a receiver he should have at this point. Adam Thielen, whatever he was, he's far past what he was at his height, and he still was being used as his top receiver. So they got to go get him a receiver. If they go get an offensive line like the kid from Texas, that would be cool. But I would like to see them add to the receiving corps because they really didn't do it in free agency.
Well, you got a 6'5" McMillan out of Arizona they could pick up. You got a 6'3" Trey Harris out of Ole Miss. So there's some guys out there. I mean, you have an Isaiah Bond that runs the 4.3 that can catch the ball and do something with it in the right type of offense. There are options here. You got a Golden Tate that runs right around the same 4.4, 4.3. So Ty Felton's still out there, runs a 4.3 at 6'2. So there are a lot of options out there. Hopefully they do something for their quarterback right here.
As we had this commercial break and the Panthers pick is in, still going them stud defensive edge rushers are falling. So some team is going to change their board, as Sluggo said earlier in the chat. Will the Falcons take the best edge rusher or the best available player? Because sometimes you get to the point and a guy that you didn't think would be there is there, and it changes your whole draft strategy and board. So it'll be interesting as we go along in this first round.
Yeah, it will. And looking at this right now, if I'm the Falcons, I'm still looking at a pass rusher because I think you still have difference makers available. But, and then again, I mean, we're not there yet. We don't know what's going to happen before we get to the Falcons pick. And I do have some more teams taking pass rushers. But again, you still got, if Pierce is there, if JT is there, I don't know why they have JT ranked so low. That's crazy to me. Probably because it's 40 time, but if Pierce
Pick
from
is in. They took McMillan from Arizona.
They
Finally
took
got that
McMillan
man a
and they took
receiver.
the
Yes,
6'5"
sir.
receiver. Oh, nice. So you called it. They went and got not only a top receiver, they went and got somebody with some height, a big target, somebody with a catch radius, somebody that if he's not beating them on the pass route, he can still maybe win the fight for the ball because of his size.
Yeah, he plays the football very well. Interesting about him real quick is that they crucified him the same way they did Miles Garrett. Miles Garrett, they said, "Oh, does he really love football?" And that's been the whole narrative with this kid because he doesn't, he has other stuff in his life. When it's trying to play football or work on my game, I do that. But they were criticizing. We don't know if he loves football and all this stuff. I'm like, this dude starred as an All-American for 3 years when he's the biggest weapon on the scrub team. When people should be able to take him away, why y'all trying? But that's what they do. So great pickup from them, man. But he plays the football. Like you said, if he don't beat you on the route, he's going to play. He's very, very physical going to play the football.
Nice, nice. So Carolina getting a weapon. For Mr. Bryce Young, a nice target. And I agree with that pick. So if we run, I haven't been keeping track, but I think I can remember off the top of my head. Let's run through these right quick, sir. Just tell me how you feel about it. The Titans picking up Cam Ward. Do I really have to ask you about that? I'm assuming you agree.
Love that.
Jaguars trading up to get Travis Hunter.
Gave up a lot, but I think he's worth it. That's a great pick for their franchise all around from on the field and off the field.
And I agree with that, especially with them having another pick in the first round. I thought that was a great move for them. The Giants picking up Mr. Carter.
Great pick. Great pick.
I agree. Chiefs is picking up one of the top offensive tackles out of the SEC.
Solid pick for them because they want to protect that quarterback. They're not going to be willing for another 3 or 4 years to say they were wrong if they ever do.
Were you good with the Browns?
I was shocked with the Browns, but I told you I didn't know what they were wanting to do when they moved back to 5. I mean, they got the other picks, so now the Browns' whole draft comes down to what do they do the rest of the draft.
I was not good with what the Browns did. I felt if you're going to take somebody at that position, there were better players. I felt they did, and I know how this sounds, but that's what Detroit did. That's what the Rams did. Taking linebackers, Detroit did it twice. They took a linebacker and a tackle when there were better players available. And I know they're a solid team, but I'll never forget that, and I just don't think that was a smart thing to do. And I felt that's what the Browns did there. Didn't make sense to me. As I was looking up, and let me know if it comes up and I'm still going, let me know, sir.
Yeah, Saints pick is in. They haven't gone to stage, but the pick is in.
If I'm the Saints,
I wanted the Saints to take Shedeur Sanders, but it's not going to happen. I'll tell you why later on.
I was going to say it's not out of the realm for the Saints to take a QB. This would be a great place for Shedeur or for me, Jalen Milroe. It would. But if I'm the Saints, I'm probably going receiver or O-lineman here. And, if they went defense here, I wouldn't be shocked either. But I would roll with Spencer Rattler and maybe grab another weapon or maybe do something to protect my quarterback right here. But this wouldn't be a bad place for a quarterback to go. I agree with you, sir. I agree with you on that. And the way it's falling, okay, I see what they were getting at. I see what they're getting at. I see what the little what the people are getting at, but there are a few of those teams that actually should take a quarterback. Sorry for thinking out loud, but they were talking about Shedeur going to the second round. I see where they were going with that, but no.
Yeah, I was just saying Shedeur because I think he would fit in. It's indoors, 8 games. Mm-hmm. You also have the factor of the fan base is passionate. I think he and his confidence, his aura, the Sanders brand, and all that. It would be a good swag for the New Orleans, but I don't think they're going to take him. But I would have been okay with him going there. I would have been excited about that, and I'm not, going to be a fan of the team Shedeur's on, but I would have been excited about seeing him go to the Saints. That would have just been like a fan moment, like that. That's pretty cool to go to that fan base in that city. But I don't know where they go, Ninja. Maybe I think they go offensive line, maybe defensive line because Cam Jordan's getting old, so maybe defensive line.
They can go D lineman right here. They can go O lineman, or they could get one of the top receivers that are all still available. They could do any of these, but perhaps again, receiver draft being deep, maybe they wait to the second round for that. So as we wait on the Saints pick, and they went offensive tackle. They went my man out of Texas, Kelvin Banks. So I agree with that.
He had the
And
crib. I like
honestly,
that. He had the
I like
crib.
that.
Pull them chicken wings out. Pull them chicken wings out in that macaroni and cheese.
Talking about his family.
I don't even know
Kelvin
where he's at.
Banks.
You could tell they cook good.
Oh yeah.
Good stuff, young brother. Yeah, I just thought they might go offensive line because um, they got a quarterback that they didn't know. I mean, they should move on from Carr, but now he's talking about his shoulders messed up, and they don't know. They should have already had that worked out before the draft. But good pick, good solid pick.
It's solid
One of the
pick.
good.
And again, because certain quarterbacks are undervalued, they can still get a quality quarterback later if they want to. But I think they have one. I think if they give Spencer Rattler a real chance now, bolstering the line with the ability to get receivers later in this draft, I think they have a quarterback. I think Spencer Rattler, given a chance, can be the quarterback for the future for the New Orleans Saints. Did a lot at South Carolina when he didn't have a lot around him. He did a whole lot. If you protect that man and allow him to throw, I think they got something there. Nice pickup for the Saints. Kelvin Banks gone. Will Campbell gone. Hold on. Let me see. Looking there.
Bears
I
pick is
would.
in.
The Bears. So, where would you go with the Bears, sir?
Edge rusher. Montez Sweat was not bad last year. Didn't have the impact he had the year before when he came over at midseason. But you give him somebody on that side. And specifically, let me just not do edge rusher. I'd go get Jalen Walker from up the road in Athens.
That's who you go with?
Yeah, I would go with Jalen Walker or any of the other edge rusher, but I would go with him specifically. He was a stud. And they need something opposite. They have some guys that were serviceable, and you can never have enough defensive players that can rush the passer as the Eagles showed us. So that's where I would go. They wanted Genty, they didn't get him. I don't think there's another receiver that is rated high enough that should be taken at 10. So they fortified their offensive line. They think in free agency. So I would go. They got the blind chicks out here on the BSPN.
You got Williams from Georgia. You still got Pierce from Tennessee, who I like. They could go that route, defensive tackle. I have the Bears going defensive tackle or offensive line.
Yeah, I got them going edge rusher because they picked up Grady Jarrett from the Falcons, so he's in the interior. So I'd like to see him go with a young edge rusher. They haven't taken a young edge rusher right in forever.
Now, who'd you want them to go with again, sir? Who was your pick?
Jalen Walker from Georgia.
Okay.
You're watching NFL Network, so you don't see these Shannon Sharp, the older version of what Shannon Sharp like on BSPN right now.
Boy, you stupid. Yeah,
stick figures, blonde stick figures.
Blonde stick, boy, you stupid. I would really like to see Pierce from Tennessee go right here. Or Stewart or Williams or Nolan. I would like to see one of those guys out of the SEC go, so I'm not mad at my man from Georgia either. And again, I hate to jump right here. Not a team I'm a fan of, but as we await this pick here. And once again, this is the Underground Railroad Show, 8th annual draft show, featuring the Angry Black Man. And, sir, I'd like to thank you for joining me once again, I believe, for the third year in a row. I appreciate that.
No problem, sir. Appreciate it.
And the Bears pick is in. So ABM has them going pass rush. I can agree with that. They didn't go pass rush. I go O-lineman. And I wouldn't be overly shocked if they went receiver. But probably in that order. D-lineman, O-lineman, receiver.
Yeah, I'd be shocked if they went receiver. I don't think there's a receiver left worthy of the 10th pick, but they do not have Keenan Allen, so We shall see. We shall see.
And again, like you said, if receivers continue to not get picked, they could almost indirectly conspire to push them to the second round, or at least the late first, because we haven't had a receiver come off the board yet outside of Travis Hunter.
You had McMillan with Panthers came
McMillan,
off the
that's
board.
right.
Yeah, so
Travis Hunter and McMillan have come off. You're correct, sir. You're correct. You still
I
got some speed.
say about 15 on the rest of the first round. We might see a couple start coming off around there because the draft is going pretty much according to how that most of these people said, except for that trade Jacksonville made.
Yeah. We got reactions in the chat. Rough Buff saying the Saints surprised the Saints passed on Shador. The Saints have Rattler. And as they're having one of these breaks, let me hit a little bit of this chat. Let me know when they're let me know when they actually get to the pick. I believe we got my man RC on the train.
Oh, it's the 50th anniversary of Walter Payton's selection in the draft for the Bears from Jackson State. Didn't know that.
Okay. We got Cedric Galloway on the train. What's going on, sir? We got 334 Bama on the train. I actually didn't know that. I forgot I didn't realize that. Yeah, the Browns are fucking up. JBJ said, Ninja, I hate to break it to you, but Deshaun Watson is out for the season. That Achilles. This is me not watching the mainstream. I honestly didn't know that, to be honest with you. And when I saw his I didn't realize that. I did not realize that. That means what the Browns did makes even less sense. The quarterbacks that they brought in makes even less sense. Although the coverage and the calls would be better for him, I did not realize that. But that's horrible. What are we looking at here? Are they really showing that? Okay, man.
Chicago Bears took tight end Colston Loveland from Michigan. Wow. Wow. I'm going to listen to Chicago Sports Radio tomorrow to see them try to sell this pick. Wow. Wow.
Damn, Chicago.
Did you blind motherfucker?
Really?
They just paid Cole Kmet all that money, so they're saying Cole Kmet sucks now, huh? Because the quarterback went throw to him last year. Wow, man, get that mulatto out of the GM spot, Chicago.
What are y'all? I don't.
Wow.
I don't understand. You didn't have to take him in the first. In my humble opinion, there are better tight ends that you can get later on that are undervalued. I don't understand that pick. Because I understand getting a weapon, but tight end? I don't understand that.
At 10, that tight end, he's not better than the kid from Penn State.
Penn State. Yeah, I mean, if you're going to get a guy like that, get him. And again, if you don't get him, there's still people available later that are just underrated. But yeah, I mean, if you're going to do that, the guy from the Penn State is there. And there are other guys that I feel are undervalued. But yeah, I don't understand that.
You got Cole Kmet. That's not a need unless you're about to cut or trade Cole Kmet.
I don't understand that. I don't understand that at all.
Brilliance,
wow.
Best brilliance is brilliance born from someone ignorant.
Wow. That's the worst pick yet. That trumps the Cleveland, because Cleveland got a nice haul and they got a first round pick next year.
Okay, but
that one's worse. Hold
on. Okay, hold on. Before we continue, I understand what they got in exchange, but the actual pick they made, this is damn near on par with that, in my opinion. They both
he's a better player than that guy. That guy wasn't on no board. Lovelace. I had to look like who the hell is he? Who is he?
I know that guy was on the board, but I didn't have the guy from LSU as my top O lineman either. But I mean, I get it.
I'm not saying top. I'm saying Lovelace wasn't even in the the lexicon of tight ends is like, who the hell is you?
Yeah. Oh, and I missed the top of the hour. Top of the hour came around again. No, DT's birthday. Poured up another shot.
Wow, Chicago, and they clapping and slapping fives in
Yeah,
the
I don't know.
war
Hey, man,
room.
again,
Wow.
I'll say it again. You can say what you want. Certain styles of tight ends came in doing well, breaking records, and all of a sudden, every tight end that got drafted looked just like this guy that just got picked up. Just arbitrarily, that just started being the people that got taken for tight end. And that wasn't even the best one of those in the draft. That was weird. I'm not surprised that they went with a weapon, but I'm surprised they went with that weapon. Not surprised they went with a weapon, but definitely surprised they went with that weapon.
I'm sure nobody on the show or in the chat has heard of him except for Deacon Dale, who I don't think I haven't seen him in here. He might be the only person that may know him, and Deacon Dale might not know him. That's
That's crazy,
incredible.
dude.
That was wild.
That
I'm looking like, man, who is Lovelace?
That's not
I'm like,
right.
is there? God.
Oh, sorry. That's not right. Oh, sorry. That's not right.
I don't know what that was, man. That was okay. Okay, I'll give it to you. That one might be worse. I'll give you that one being slightly worse. I really hate that other pick for Cleveland, though. I don't like that pick. I don't like that pick at all. But that's an ugly pick. The 49ers on the clock, a team I despise. I don't know who they're going to take, but there's a great chance they're going to match the GM's skin tone. That just seems to be the way they're going. Let me be serious for a minute. If I'm the 49ers, if I'm putting on my GM hat, the 49ers need a fucking quarterback. They're not going to do that. So, since they're not going to do that, they didn't even keep Josh Dobbs. They don't even have a real backup anymore. They're going to go with an average guy that's going to get great coverage. And when he goes 6-11 and falls out of the playoffs, they just won't talk about it. Now, with all that being said, if you're going to depend on him, I'm going defensive. I'm going top tier interior or defensive lineman because I think they're going to have to lean on the defense because when they've been successful, in my opinion, they've leaned on the defense. I would get a top tier pass rusher because they're going to pay that QB, which means they're only going to be able to do so much on the offensive end of the ball.
Yeah, they lost a lot on defense. Some of the guys have been injured in and out the last couple of years, but they lost a lot on defense. So I think they're going defense. I think at some point in this draft, they will add another running back, or maybe if there's still some free agents out there, but I have no doubt they're going defense. Now, they could get a weapon for that quarterback, but I think they lost so much on defense that they'll probably get an interior defensive lineman or edge rusher. It's going to be front seven. Or front four.
Yeah.
Let me say front four.
Yeah. Front four, I would think so. Unless they decide to grab the top linebacker on the board, but I'm thinking they're gonna go interior. And again, I like my man from Tennessee, but we'll see where they go. But I would go defense if I'm the 49ers because I think they're gonna have to lean on their defense. Quiet as kept. They picked up Chase Young late in the season, and that's what gave them that push in that playoff run that year. It wasn't the other side of the ball, but I digress. And this is the Underground Railroad Show, 8th annual draft show featuring ABM, a.k.a. Light Skywalker. Thank you for coming aboard, sir. I truly appreciate that. Jump in this chat room for a second as we're waiting on that punk-ass pick from the 49ers. And chat's moving a little bit. Let me see if I can find our place in the chat. JBJ said, good to hear that beige motherfucker back on the airways. Yeah, I had to get him back on here one way or another, sir. One way or another. And again, as I told y'all, I'm still holding out hope.
Motherfucker.
Sydney saying, Tyrone, good to hear you. We
Good
got
to be
that
back.
dude Shock on the train saying, Black family speak on it. Kiwis are a great, tasty fruit, that ninja. Hey, I got some in the refrigerator. He started that earlier. I believe that ninja called me kiwi seeds. I called him that. I think it's golden kiwi. You know, the ones that nobody buys. Nobody wants that funny looking ass kiwi when they're green kiwis in the store. Is that shit really yellow?
Yep, they took an edge rusher. 49ers took Mikael Williams with the 11th pick.
So they took Mikael Williams. They took my man out of Georgia. So they did take one of the SEC guys that I felt should have came off. So they went edge rusher. They should have. They went Mikael Williams out of Georgia. I like this pick, sir. Played in one of the better conferences. Has to deal with top tier athletes, top tier teams, top tier schemes, and was an impact player carrying a team that didn't have a quarterback, even though the mainstream pretended like they did, sir. So I like this for the punk ass 49ers.
Yeah, a good pick based on what they needed. Lost a lot on defense. Well coached at Georgia. Defenses carried them, so good pickup for them to get a young person on as they have an aging defense and like you said, defense that's going to have to carry an offense with that quarterback. They're going to have to really lean on that defense.
Nice, nice. Okay, so good pick. And again, I felt I had, well, let me look at my board here. I had the 49ers going D lineman. I didn't even have another option. So I had the 49ers going D lineman. The Cowboys are on the board. I have them going wide receiver or offensive lineman. What do you think for the Cowboys, sir?
Cowboys pick is in. I'd like to see them go receiver. Or defensive line. They've lost a little bit on the defensive line, so I like to see receiver or defensive line. I think their O line is okay. They got a young offensive line. They have some changes last couple years, but they're young. If Diggs can come back from his injuries, they're fine at corner. So I like to see him go D line or get a receiver opposite CD Lamb. Sassy CC is what I call him. Sassy CC.
Josh Simmons available if they choose to protect Prescott. But again, you still have Matthew Golden. Still got Ibuka. Still have Trey Harris. You still got Isaiah Bond. So you have a lot of playmakers available, and I think their offense definitely could use that. So we'll see what the Cowboys are going to do here, but I wouldn't be shocked if it was an O lineman or a receiver. And I would not be mad at a defensive lineman. Again, you still have people available. That my man from Tennessee is right there. You still have quality players available. People that I think are worthy of a first round pick available. So we'll see which way they go right here. But I felt like they were lacking at the receiver position last year. And I felt like the line could have been a little bit better. And again, a lot of that just might have been due to the injuries, like you said. So perhaps right here they go receiver, which I would not be upset with.
And they go offensive guard. They went line.
They went line. That doesn't shock me. Yeah. They went Tyler Brooks out of Alabama. I actually had him. I wasn't confident enough to say it, but I actually felt like he might go. And they went Tyler Brooks, who actually played guard. Yeah, because he jumped the line. He jumped the line. People weren't necessarily looking for him to come out right there. But again, I was taking a look at him, even though he was registered and listed at guard. The team he played for, the type of competition he went up against. I'm not overly shocked. Again, like I said, I thought they were going to go O lineman or wide receiver, so I'm not overly shocked.
Now they have the 44th pick in the second round. I would like to see them get a receiver because they've kind of done receiver by committee opposite CD Lamb. So I'd like to see them get a receiver in that with that second round pick, but not a bad pick. You fortify the offensive line. Prescott can't move like he used to since he just, wrecked that ankle. He still move a little bit, but nothing like he did when he came in. Is rightfully so with the horrific ankle injury he had. So you fortify the offensive line to help him, and you hopefully get back to having a solid running game too. So not a bad pickup.
Yeah, and the teams are kind of quietly conspiring to not draft receivers, so there'll still be a lot of them available. But again, with the receiver draft being deep, and they're going to start to go later in the first round, the Cowboys have a chance to come back and get a quality receiver later on in the draft. Again, that nobody's gone. Ibuka, Golden, Bond, Trey Harris, Higgins, Bird out of Missouri. Everybody's still there outside of Travis Hunter, so I can see that. I can see that. And again, I think you got to protect Prescott, so I get that pick. I get that pick. So not shocked they
Dolphins
went
on the
online.
clock.
Not shocked they went.
Dolphins on the
Go ahead.
clock. 5 minutes. I'm gonna say for the Dolphins, if they're
Mhm.
gonna trade Jalen Ramsey, so maybe a defensive back. I know the guy from Michigan was rated very high at one point, but then he got hurt, and it doesn't seem like they've talked about him. They talk about him, but not like they did. I'm talking about Will Johnson. So maybe
Mhm.
maybe cornerback or defensive lineman. I mean, somebody might say offensive lineman, but I think they were okay. Dolphins is about doing it on the field. They just haven't gotten it done on the field. Again, their coach is a genius, but he's not getting any. He's not getting the proper heat. To hit. It's Tua's hurt, this or that, but he's the constant. He's supposed to be a genius. He should be able to get something out of the offense, even when Tua missed a game or two, and they never could. So, um, but yeah, they're. I guess they agreed to work on a trade for Jalen Ramsey. So maybe they will look to go defense. But they're kind of a underachieving team as far as I'm concerned. So anything could be open for them to take.
Yeah, there are a lot of ways the Dolphins could go here. My initial thoughts is I had them going D lineman or O lineman, but if they went cornerback, I wouldn't be surprised because I wasn't aware of Ramsey. I wouldn't be slight chance they could go receiver here, but I agree with you. I think they could go defensive back, but I wouldn't be shocked if they went receiver here. I wouldn't be shocked if they went receiver here. I wouldn't be shocked. They're almost a team that's kind of open as far as what they could do right here. And we're getting into an interesting part of the draft now with some of these picks that are coming up and some of these teams. Because now you're getting the teams that weren't just failing last year. They got something done and some probably could have went further. So now you're really looking just to stiffen up, just to tighten up your roster. So we're starting to get to that portion in the draft for teams that weren't really that bad. And a pick here and there really can make a difference. Look what Jalen Carter did for the Eagles. So picks matter. Picks matter. That's why I'm so upset with that pick for the Browns. That reminds me of this guy had a red flag, so let me pass on him and get somebody who I liked in the interview. So it just reeks of that to me. Lot of defensive linemen coming off of the board, and we're a couple of picks away from the Falcons. And I know we're projecting. If you're the Falcons, you're still going with the best pass rusher you can find, are you not?
I'm taking the
And I know we're a
best
couple.
front end defensive player, front four. If you want to, if it's a great interior guy or edge rush, whatever you want to label on, I'm taking that on the Falcons. I'm not taking nothing else. Not taking nothing else. If they take anything else than that, I'm driving to Sluggo's house when this show's over.
James Pierce is still available. Mikael Williams is still there.
Sluggo in
I mean,
chat says
I'm going
Falcons need
James.
all defensive players. You're right,
I'm going.
Sluggo.
You got a 4-4 guy in James Pierce right there. 6'5", 243. You got Mikael Williams. But the only other 4-4 guy is still in the draft, and his name is James Pierce. So yeah, the Falcons still have somebody they can pick. It's just a matter if they want to do it or not.
And again, they lost Grady Jarrett to the Bears. So they need an interior, they need an edge. So definitely, it's like I said, it should be all defensive players, but they should start in the front four. Should start in the front four. They shouldn't look at anything on offense until the last pick in their last pick in the draft, if that.
Yeah, if that they definitely should be concentrating on the defensive side of the ball. And the first thing I'm looking for is an edge rusher. Or like you said, interior, somebody that can cause problems. And again, all of these are available because a lot of these guys that have been picked, a lot of them have been edge rushers. A lot of quality guys on the defensive line still available. while I can, let me get to some of this chat. Trying to get to the chat. Got there. Let's see. Sluggo saying the Saints are in need of a quarterback. I kind of disagree. They can get one in the later rounds, I think. When I say the type of guys they could get, I imagine ABM is going to have a reaction, but there are going to be some people available later if they choose to do that. Right now, I would get things to help my offense and defense, and I would set Spencer Rattler up and see what I have with that guy. So that's what I would do if I'm the Saints. We got 3-3-4 Bama on the train, if I hadn't mentioned that. I believe Cedric Galloway likes the pick of the running back with the Raiders. I believe we got RC on the train coming in saying, let's go. Saying, fellas, good to see y'all up in here. Good to see you, RC. I believe that's RC if I'm not tripping. RC says, Cedric, maybe we are finally turning the corner. No. That got to be Raider for life. That's Raider for life. That's Raider for life. He's happy with the running back pick. So we got Raider for life and we got Cedric Galloway. We got 2 Raider fans on here that are happy with that pick. Yeah, that's Raider for life. Raider for life. Cedric Galloway telling Raider at some point they have to start going in the right direction. Allegedly. JBJ said Aaron Glenn came from a team that focused on the offensive line. Great pick to protect Mr. Fields. I agree. Cedric Galloway said, look at the Panthers getting Bryce some help. 334 said Carolina pick a team. 334 said Carolina picked a Timu Oos.
Woo! Woo! Oh man! Wow!
Got an Oos from Timo. Oh shit! I'm sorry. Okay, I think we might have missed the
Dolphins
big
made
one.
their pick, and the coach pick is in.
Okay, so the Dolphins did go defensive tackle.
Well, they love these Michigan players. They love these Michigan players so far.
They went Kenneth Grant. I don't agree. Okay. He's not a bad player, but I'm not taking Kenneth Grant over Williams or Pierce or Nolan. Okay. It's not a bad player. We talking about us. Not a bad player at all, but I'm not taking him over those SEC guys. I'm not. They all had the same size and stature. Some are bigger, and all of them are faster. But again, it's about quicks on the line, but it's about quicks. Quicks are almost more important, but defensively, you're chasing after some things. I don't. Not a bad pick, but I personally would have went with one of those other guys. I'm surprised Pierce is still there. I'm sorry, sir. What do you think about that pick?
It's a good pick for the defense, but I think there are better defensive players that were available. So, it's one of those situations they may have fell in love with the kid with the interview or the one-on-one. But I think there were better defensive players out there. But again, for the Dolphins, to me, I can't get excited about anything they do because they got to do something on the field. I keep picking them to beat the Bills or contend with them, and they just haven't done anything. And it hasn't always been just because Tua got hurt. They just haven't. They've underachieved. And, my thing is that coach pick is
They
in.
definitely underachieved last year. There's no doubt about that. 100%. I agree with
And,
that.
the coach picked up Daniel Jones.
Jesus Christ, Indianapolis. Okay, man. That's fine. Speaking of the Colts, they're on the clock. I have
Pick is in.
I have them going O-line or wide receiver, sir. What do you have the Colts picking up right here?
I know who the pick is, so but I would have said picking up a offensive lineman or a weapon, and they picked up a weapon for this so-called quarterback competition between Richardson. Yeah,
they got the Penn State tight end. Okay, so we got 2 tight ends that come off the board. One I kind of understand, but it's just I've noticed what the NFL is doing at the tight end position, and it's weird. It's weird if you look at the type of players that were on, the type of players that were productive, and then out of nowhere, those type of players stop getting drafted. It's a little strange, but they went weapon, they went tight end, and the Colts were in a position where they had options. Again, I probably would have. I rate there. There are a few of those receivers I rate higher than him. So but I mean that's fine. Big target. Big target. Big target. You can do things with him. You can design things up. Um, Maybe he's faster than I know, but he comes off as Jason Witten like to me. Is he faster than I realize or something?
Yeah, he's a better athlete than Witten.
Okay.
Better playing the
Matter of
football.
fact,
I like the pick for this reason because AR
he's only
was
a four.
very inaccurate.
He's only a 4'6" guy. That's very Witten to me.
But he's 6'5" and almost 6'6".
Yeah, he's 6'6", but he only runs a 4. Okay, I mean, that's the kind of Witten like to me. That's the kind of guy that Witten was. But I mean, he can be productive. I don't know about first round. I'm sorry, I interrupted you, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah, I like the pick because AR was very inaccurate. So you get him he's a big quarterback with a big target. They got a big time running back. Receivers is pretty decent. So I like the pickup. I'm just waiting to see what the Colts do with this quarterback because they're saying it's a competition, which is a joke. Daniel Jones is not a competition for nobody at quarterback.
He gets to go to he fails every year. Yeah, I'm just not paying that any attention. But let's go to something that matters right now. Atlanta's on the clock.
I thought this kid.
All right, sir,
I thought this kid would have been picked by the Bears. Yeah, they got to get a defensive player.
Yeah, I agree 1,000%. Right here, again, I haven't changed my opinion. My man from Tennessee is right there. Man from Georgia is right there. You got Stewart, you got Williams, and you got Pierce right there. You got Nolan right there. I'm going with one of those.
The kid from Marshall is pretty good too. Mike Green. We didn't see him a lot because he played at Marshall, but he's really good. So you got your pick, Falcons. Just don't mess it up by saying the Falcons take a wide receiver. And there's some good wide receivers, but they don't need a wide receiver.
They don't. They don't need a wide receiver. They don't need a tight end. They don't need a running back. They need to get a difference maker at defensive line, and they have the opportunity to do so. And right now, it's wide open. And I'm assuming they're thinking about it as opposed to their pick being in, like we've seen with a lot of these other teams. And
which is scary that they're thinking about it, sir.
It is scary because it's very scary. Because honestly, you should be going best pass rusher available.
Well, all the people on the board, except for Abdul Carter. So you like, I mean, you got to be sitting there like a kid at Christmas, when you got 40 gifts under the tree or something. Like it's scaring me. They're letting this clock run down to 3:21 and counting.
I don't understand that. I don't get it, but okay. 334 said, "I wish the Aints a bag of rotten eggs." And Sluggo telling 334 to preach. A Timu Oos. Boy, 334, you stupid.
Yeah, that's a classic.
That's classic. Sluggo said, did Shador openly say he didn't want to play for certain teams? If so, they might be conspiring to teach a ninja a lesson. No, he didn't.
No, he never
JBJ said, Maurice, keep that ninja honest. With those libations and that little ass J, this ninja is struggling. Did I struggle with something? Did I miss something?
No, you caught yourself because you said the Panthers got another. You said the Panthers got another pick. You said Jaguars, but you caught yourself.
I did.
That it was the Panthers. You caught yourself.
Yeah, you're right. Hey, keep me on my toes, sir. I'm not gonna be one of those cats that gets mad at the truth. Raider for Life said Ryan Poles surviving by a string in Chicago. LOL. He said, I guess the Bears are going too tight end. Power run game. The Bears going to run the jumbo package.
And they were slapping flies, and I'm looking like, who is that guy? Who is Lovelace?
Sluggo said there must be a lack of wide receivers in this draft. Surely there's a better weapon for Williams. 3D4 said, my old supervisor, when I was a recruiter, is a Stone Cold Browns fan. He texted me and said, and I think this is like a frown face he's putting up, I believe. Snuggle said, let's see if the 49ers double down on their pedestrian quarterback. Okay, no, hold on. 3D4 said, my old supervisor when I was a recruiter is a Stone Cold Browns fan. He texted me and said, I'm surprised we didn't draft a punter or someone still in high school.
The Falcons are down to a minute. Are you freaking kidding me, Atlanta?
Are
Come
you
on,
fucking...
man. Come on.
Everybody has been snatching up their picks and the Falcons are letting the clock run down? Come on, Falcons. What are you debating on which pass rusher? Don't fuck this up. Why is it 40 seconds and their pick isn't in?
35
Falcons.
and counting.
34 seconds, Falcons. What the fuck?
Lady Poochie's telling us, calm down, baby. Calm down.
What the hell is this, man?
Pick is in. The pick is in. Pick is finally in at 32 seconds.
They didn't need to wait that damn long. Oh, now y'all want to give him credit? Y'all didn't like Michael Penix last year. Y'all were complaining. One of the defensive interior players out of the SEC right here. One of them. Yeah, everybody in Green Bay at that motherfucker, bro. Everybody. As we anxiously await the Falcons pick, and a lot of Falcons fans are in the chat room, so this is definitely a pick that's going to garner reaction. As a matter of fact, we halfway through this. Let me break out some materials. The pick is in, as they're calling whoever, taking way too damn long, being way too damn dramatic. Where's Raheem? Where's Raheem Morris?
He getting a straight razor shave, so he don't have no whiskers nowhere on his face.
You ain't never lied. He stays booty face out this motherfucker. He need to let the braids come on out.
I'm laughing because I'm so scared what these fools are gonna do, man.
There's too much damn anticipation right about now, man. Because it shouldn't have taken that long. It should not have taken that long. It really shouldn't have. It really shouldn't have.
I can see if they had drama, if the thing was in Atlanta and they just did it for drama, but this is in Green Bay. Come on, Atlanta.
And all the other teams were kind of on point with how quickly they got their picks in because they knew what they were doing. And let's see what the Falcons did here.
Jalen Walker, I called it early. Yes, sir. I mean, he played outside linebacker, but he kind of puts, he comes off the edge, but he can drop in coverage. Good pick. Good pick.
Yeah. I'm not mad at that.
Look at that. Look at all them beautiful black people at his draft party. Look at that.
How about that? Jalen Walker.
Salisbury, North Carolina. No idea where that's at, but
because you got to remember that's what Micah Parsons was classified as well.
Yeah, they were talking to Nick Saban on the pre-draft show on the set, and Desmond Howard asked him what's the difference between they say some of these guys are edge, some would say outside linebacker and defensive end. He gave a great breakdown. He said it's just some of these guys they're DN, they'll have their hand on the ground all the time. If they're an edge or outside linebacker, they'll be stand up, but they still coming to get the quarterback.
Mm-hmm. So what the Falcons did is they went and got, and this again, smart pick, a guy that can put his hand on the ground, and they took the best linebacker on the board, allegedly the best linebacker on the board, at least one of the top three. So they got one of the
Yeah,
best
he's a
three linebackers on
beast.
the beast. And that first linebacker off of the board. So the Falcons did a good job right here. They did a good job right here. And one of those defensive linemen I was talking about will still be available later on. And I would turn around and do that as well if I was the Falcons. But one of those guys is still going to be around. A guy like JT from Ohio State might still be around, and that would be a good pickup later in the draft for Atlanta. So, or any team really, he'd be a great third round guy. Maybe late second round pick.
Yeah, they got 46 as their second round pick right now. They don't make a trade. They got 46 fourth round. They got 118, and they got 2 seventh round picks.
Okay. Okay, so they're in good shape. I like that. Took the best linebacker on the board, monster out of the SEC. Okay, Falcons.
And again, he
So
could have
right
went in the
now,
top 10. He could have went in the top 10, and he went at 15. So again, these
yeah,
teams' boards are going to start getting interesting because you're going to look up, and as Sluggo has stated several times in chat, do you take what you need, or do you take the best available player that you didn't have being there at your pick?
exactly. Hey, sir, Cardinals on the board. I have them going receiver or O lineman. Where do you have them at?
I would go receiver. I like to see another weapon, running back straight. I think Marvin Harrison Jr. have a better year this year. Overall, tight end straight. They locked him up. I like to see him get another weapon at receiver.
I agree. Receiver's my first thing. Right behind that, I have O lineman. And again,
They
you
can
got
win
the
that
4-2
division right
Matthew
off the
Golden.
bat with this draft. Sorry about that. They can win this division because 49ers are
Yes.
kind of in a rebuild on the fly. They think they're just a couple players away. Seattle's totally, to me, in a rebuild. And the Rams are
I agree.
solid, but to me, Rams and Cardinals on right now, they're the two best teams in the division at this point, in the season, the start of the season. Pick is in for the Cardinals. Well, they got a
For
really
me,
Caucasian draft room.
It should be Emeka Ibuka, Isaiah Bond, or Golden, in my opinion. Ibuka would be interesting if they got two Buckeye receivers right here. But I don't think you can pass up on a 4-3 or a 4-2 guy with great hands. And that's what you got with both of the Texas receivers. So let's see what we get right here. But I agree. Give another weapon makes it difficult to double up on what they have and stay tight on the Harrison. So somebody's going to get off if you pick up another quality receiver, especially somebody that can take the top off the defense. Quick reset. This is the Underground Railroad Show, 8th annual draft show where we react live to draft picks, put on our GM hats, and tell you what we would have done if we were these teams. Cardinals on the clock. Cincinnati Bengals up next. The Bengals probably cussed when the Falcons picked up said linebacker as well.
Yeah, and I'll say this for the Bengals. They need to go defense. They don't want to pay their big-time pass rusher right now. They haven't worked out a deal for him. They haven't traded him, and their defense was atrocious, so they need to go defense. They spent all their money on offense, and they haven't gotten in the playoffs, so they need to add to that really atrocious defense that got lit up last year.
Yeah, I agree. I have them going linebacker or cornerback. But, yeah, they should go defense. They can go D lineman, linebacker, or corner, but it should be a defensive pick when it comes to the Bengals. And you see that they didn't let any of Joe Burrow's receivers go.
Nope.
I would definitely get another receiver for Kyler Murray right here.
Oh, they went with Walter Nolan.
They went with Nolan. They went D tackle. Okay. I'm not mad at a D tackle right here because the receiver draft is deep and they haven't taken and we still have a lot of receivers on the board. So this is one of the 4 defensive tackles out of the SEC I felt should be gone. Again, my man from Tennessee not being gone yet is still wild to me, but you still have 3 more guys that I think are first round worthy that are still there. that are still there. Nice pickup for the Cardinals again. Maybe do you think this is a result of people looking at it again, just to throw it out there, not claiming anything, but I've always felt like interior linemen and pass rushers were more important because you can always flag a cornerback even when he's playing good defense. So I kind of like this pick, and again, they can get receivers later in the draft.
Yeah, and I think it's also a product of we always talk about the edge rusher, but you can get that push in the middle of the line.
Yeah,
Quarterback got nowhere to step up. And many of these
facts.
quarterbacks have the ability to move now that they've gotten over this, the immobile quarterbacks. So it's a great pickup. SEC, you playing NFL caliber offensive linemen every week. So it's a great pickup. And I would love to see like a after draft show. They would never do it. Would it be a great 30 for 30? Like when these players start to slide, or the Browns do what they do and they take that kid and the Bears take this guy tight end out of Michigan, to see these teams scramble and say, hey, we were going to take this, but then we saw Nolan there, so we couldn't pass him up. I would love to see about after the draft kind of synopsis with these teams saying, hey, we didn't think this guy was going to be there. We were going to take a receiver, but we had him higher on our board than any receiver, because like these defensive linemen, these teams are going to be doing a double take with that. They're there. As you talk about Pierce, who's a stud, somebody's going to take him that didn't think he would be there. And now we're at 17 with Cincinnati, who needs to take defense. No doubt.
Yeah, definitely defense right here. And I think they would have taken the linebacker the Falcons took if he was still on the board. I think they would have taken him if he was available. But Falcons made a good pick, and perhaps that was their debate. Perhaps that was a debate whether they wanted to go interior lineman or linebacker, so they kind of split the difference.
Can I just add this about the Nolan family? Beautiful
Yeah,
to
go
see
ahead.
him there. Whatever the kid decides, they want to be at wherever the draft is being held. But the Nolan family, on behalf of myself and Bike Master Flex, we both can attest that nobody at that draft party is vegan or pescatarian. I'm just saying. They got some goodies. The food they got at that draft party, ABM might backslide tonight with that food. I know they got some fire. I know they got some old school fire meats and everything. Pause. 5 cheese macaroni and cheese, man. I know they got that.
Oh, man, you ain't shit. Almost, man, earlier in the draft, I saw something, man, I damn near had blood coming out of my mouth. I was biting my tongue so damn hard.
You must be on something.
I almost talked about somebody's mama for a second, but I let it go.
You must be on something.
It is a beautiful scene to see those young people and their families like that. So I'm cool with them going to the draft and getting their name in the hat. But it's cool to see them in their own environment around the people that have been holding them down since they was probably playing Pop Warner football.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. Well, you stupid. The Bengals, excuse me. The Bengals, Janai Campbell for Alabama. Demetrius Knight Jr. is still available at linebacker from South Carolina. And you have the aforementioned defensive lineman I spoke about before. That would be where I'm headed if I'm the Bengals, unless they're going to go secondary. And if they decide to go that route, they have a lot of options. But there's still some quality linebackers available. I go that way if I was Cincinnati. You got Barron still available from Texas, Johnson from that school up north. Siobhan Revel Jr. I believe from ECU. You know what? I think I remember that guy. So you still have a lot of secondary people available. Some I think they're going to fall to the second round.
Bengals have a second round pick at 49, and then they have a third round pick at 81, and then another fourth and a fifth round pick, or they and a sixth round pick. So
Yeah.
they have several picks. I'm surprised with some of this stuff going on. Maybe it'll happen later in this round or the second round. Start to see some movement. Maybe somebody packages some of these later picks to move up and get extra picks in the second or third round, especially as some of these players that are ranked high start to fall further in the draft just based on a couple teams' shocking picks to me.
Yeah. What's this email right here? Yeah, I agree. There's going to be a lot of quality players available in the second round, second and third. But in the second round, there are going to be some receivers and defensive players available. A lot of receivers. Still some very good running backs as well. There are a lot of teams that really aren't that far away that had the opportunity to go further last year that are really going to be able to make significant additions that are really going to make an impact. So this is the part of the draft I really like. I mean, the first round's pretty obvious, but those second and third round picks, man, even those later round picks, they end up paying dividends if you do your research. Once again, it is the top of the hour. And the pick is in. Who am I looking at? Okay, and they went with, again, the D lineman, Texas A&M out of the SEC. As I said, that's 2 out of the 4. My man from Tennessee is still there. I cannot believe this shit. Somebody's going to get a nice pickup with my man from Tennessee. But again, as I looked at this, and again, I like to say when I talk about this, and I think ABM can go the same way. I just looked at the teams and went with what I thought they needed. I didn't check any damn mock drafts. And I had a lot of interior linemen going in the first round, and that has been the case thus far. A good amount of them have came off the board. What do you think about that pick for the Bengals, sir?
It's a good pick. Much needed for their defense. You play in a division where you got to get pressure, and your defense was awful. Your offense scored enough points. They start out the season stinking it up, but they scored enough points to win games, but the defense was bad. So great pickup. Can't never go wrong with an SEC guy. He's a monster, 6'5", 267. So good pickup for them. I'd like to see if they're going to really focus on defense. I mean, that, like Slugger was saying about his Falcons, Cincinnati has 6 picks. All their picks should probably be defensive guys unless there's some guy that just falls crazily that's at another skill position or something on the offense or a lineman. But they should go all defense. Yeah. They got to get their defense together because they got lit up last year. The last couple years, really.
Yeah, I agree. And a good pickup for them. One of the guys I felt should have came off the board. So the Bengals went defensive, and they got one of the guys out the SEC that were left to pick up. Good pickup for them. The Seahawks on the board, sir, and I agree with you. They've set it up as if they're rebuilding. And this is another spot where I feel a quarterback can come off the board, sir.
You got a quarterback for Seattle. Yeah. What quarterback would you take at this point?
It's not ideal for the quarterback, but if I'm Seattle, I'm seriously looking at a Shador or a Milroe right here.
I think McDonald came over from Baltimore as the defensive coordinator. I believe he's going to go defense. They're saying they're rebuilding on the fly. I believe that's a lie when you let Lockett go, who kind of fell off last year. And then you you trade DK. Maybe you go receiver, but I think with these defenders still available at 18, these high-level defenders, I think they're going to go defense, and him being a former defensive coordinator. But you're right, they could go quarterback. I'm looking up. Their quarterbacks are Sam Darnold. They're not going quarterback. They just paid him $100 million. But Sam Darnold, Sam Howell, and Drew Lock.
They paid who $100 million? They paid Whoa. Seattle picked up Sam Darnold?
Yeah, they signed Sam Darnold free agency.
Dude, I actually forgot about that. Okay, listen.
I did too. I just looked it up. I'm not. That's not off the top of my dome because I couldn't think of who their quarterback was. I knew they had Sam Howell, but I forgot they picked up Sam Darnold. He has 60. They got him.
They're in trouble. Okay, so that's what they're gonna do. Okay,
3 years, $100 million.
Okay, well, again, even with that, I think that's what they should do. They're not. That's again what I would do. They're not going to do that. So they're going to go wide receiver or O lineman. They should go wide receiver or O lineman. That's what they're going to do. They got to replace DK. The line could have been better last year, so I would go either way with that. Defense was actually decent. I would go wide receiver, offensive lineman if I'm Seattle all day long.
Now,
But
they
they
got
need a quarterback.
two picks in the second round, 50 and 52. And then round 3, they got 82 and 92. So they got a lot of picks in the next 2 rounds where they could really do some stuff if they want to move around or just keep building their team. They got a lot of options they could go with. When you got picks 50 and 52 and then 82 and 92, you could do some moving up if there's somebody you want that's there that fail and you know they won't be there. But I'm saying defense just because he's defensive coordinator. But they got a lot of needs. They lost a lot.
And I still see, and again, for me, the teams that are coming up, I have 2 more teams coming that I feel could take a quarterback. Could and should, to be honest with you, in my opinion.
Yeah,
There are 2.
I got in the next 3 picks, there's a quarterback that should be taken. Tampa Bay and
I agree.
Denver up next at 19 and 20.
Yeah.
Pick is in.
The Bucks honestly should take a quarterback. They probably won't, but they should. The Buccaneers need a quarterback, and they are in a position to pick up a good one. So they should pick up either Shador or Milroe. Shador's right there. I would probably get Shador Sanders from the Bucks, which would set up a scenario that I would like to happen with the Steelers, but that's pie in the sky. 9 o'clock, top of the hour. Happy birthday, Pop. R.I.P. DT.
Sir, I have no words for this Seattle pick. It's all yours.
Sir, let me go here. Let me look. I pause for a second. Let's look. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, my. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, man. Okay.
I got to stop right if I come back to Jesus Christ from that ninja.
Oh, my God. What the?
I got to. I'm coming back to the airwaves.
What the? What the? Jesus Christ, Seattle. Seattle.
You rotten bums! You're all garbage! All of you!
Seattle. So they went and got a guard, and that's who they got?
Now, I will say he played at North Dakota State. They are a championship football team, so he's a winner. Oh, man, it's hard being an NFL fan because your team can just take all your energy out. Oh, my goodness.
Josh Simmons still on the board. Connolly Jr. still on the board. Jonah from Arizona still on the board. Jackson from Ohio State still on the board. Dude, if you want to go guard, if you really hung up on going guard, you at least could get an SEC player in Fairchild out of Georgia. You could get Ratledge out of Georgia. At least get somebody that's SEC tested. I don't understand that pick. He didn't even look athletic in that replay they just showed. Emory Jones Jr. still available. That's a wild ass pick right there, ABM.
Tampa Bay on the clock. Tampa Bay has the 53rd pick in the second round and the 84th in the third round. They got 4th, 5th, and 1 in the 7th. So Tampa Bay, they re-signed Godwin.
Now, I'm sorry. Go ahead, sir.
They re-signed Chris Godwin. They coming off an injury. They got Mike Evans. I think they're okay on offense. JBJ loves his running back, Bucky. I think they're okay on offense. I think they're going defense. Tampa, as long as the 20 years I lived there, they were known for defense, so that was where they hung their hat. They've been without really good pass rushers the last couple years. since they loaded up that defense for the Super Bowl. So I think they're going defense, and couple that with the guys that are still on the board that I thought a couple of them would have already been off by now. But we've had a couple shocking picks in this first 18. Couple shocking picks.
I'd agree with that. Again, I think they have an opportunity to get a big time quarterback. They're not going to do that. That's what I would do. Now let's go to what they're probably going to do. Jaleel Campbell's available. Demetrius Knight Jr. is still there. Again, 2 SEC linebackers that are available. They still have some of the top cornerbacks in the draft if they want to go that way. And again, Pierce from Tennessee is still there. You still have significant interior linemen available right now. And they'd probably be smart to take advantage of that because they're going to need a defense if they're going to stick with Law and Order Mayfield at quarterback. Stewart, did Williams get taken yet? Was it Williams they took or was it Grant? I think Williams might be gone, but.
Yeah, Mikael Williams is gone. He went to the 49ers.
You still got Nolan from Ole Miss. You still got Pierce, and you still got Stewart available. 3 SEC studs. They're still there. So the options are there. The options are there for Tampa Bay. They need a quarterback, but they're going to go defense. Now, I will say this. Later on in the draft, they can still get a QB. And because of the way the teams are not, they haven't ranked players properly, they can still get a pretty good quarterback. So it isn't necessarily pressing upon them to get one this early. And I know how I'll be looked at, but Ukulele, and I know I'm fucking his name up, Jennings is still going to be available. Hey, listen, ABM, I got a name that you and I are going to staunchly disagree with that I think would be a good pickup for quarterback later in the draft. Are you ready to disagree with me?
Yeah, I'm sitting here with my eyes open like John Fisher the microwave, waiting for you to say what you're gonna say.
KJ Jefferson.
Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. You didn't see KJ at Nolan's get together? That was big ass KJ in the background with a plate.
Hey, listen, man. I know you're gonna start getting into damn weight jokes with KJ, but I think KJ will be a very good pickup in the later rounds. I think he'd be a very good pickup in the later rounds, sir.
I haven't seen KJ anywhere, sir. I was shocked that you said that because I wasn't even thinking him. I don't know. I thought you were gonna go way out the grid. I haven't seen KJ anywhere. I don't know if he worked out. I haven't heard his name. Now Arkansas KJ, but I was just so disheartened with what I saw at Central Florida and the conditioning he was in. But yeah, I mean, it's a flyer. He got in shape. You could take a flyer. I mean, there's guys that should never put on a helmet that have started NFL games at quarterback. So that's not a crazy one. You said late pick, so that's not super crazy. But I haven't seen KJ anywhere. And there goes your boy. Good pickup by Tampa. Good pickup.
That's a good pickup. And they won a Emeka Egbuka from The Ohio State University. They got a weapon for bitch-ass Law and Order Mayfield. Now all they need is a quarterback. Good pickup. A lot of receivers. Only a couple of receivers off the board. Hunter. 6'5" man from Arizona. I think maybe one more. So Egbuka's only the third or the fourth receiver off the board. Good speed, 4.4 speed. A lot of experience, good route runner. And the victim of a lot of Nigerian jokes from the man whose opinion is from the man who was about to
I like him, and it's a great pickup with Godwin coming off the injury as see where he's at during training camp, start the season, but also the looks he'll get because you got Godwin and Mike Evans. He's going to get a lot of one-on-one coverage, so he's going to be a great third receiver in that attack, just another weapon for Mayfield. So good pickup by Tampa. I thought they would go defense, but really good pickup. Again, I would love for people to come on, and you probably could go to Tampa News and see them say, hey, we were going to go with this, but he was still there and we took him. But that would be a very interesting if these magazine shows did that tomorrow. They won't, but that would be a good behind the scenes and the stupid topics they'll talk about.
Yeah, and again, I think it's going to be like with the point that you made about Evans and Goodwin having those other receivers. It's going to be like when Julio Jones was a rookie and he led the Falcons in receiving because they were paying so much attention to God. Was it Roddy White?
Yeah, and he got one-on-one. He's going to get
Yes.
one-on-one.
Yes. Yes. So I think it's going to kind of be like that. I think it's going to be like that. And I called that before the season. I still remember that because I called into the stools with that one. And they you know what I'm saying, and respectfully they disagreed, which I understand, but I could see that one coming because they weren't really going to respect Julio like that, and I didn't think they were going to be able to deal with him as a rookie. But Abuka has that opportunity there, but again, I don't like the quarterback, and if they don't address that, I don't know how seriously I can take them as a team. All the weapons in the world, and they're choosing to be limited with their current choice at quarterback, in my humble opinion. But it is what it is.
Are we just going to let it go by? I don't know. I'm on BSPN because feed was a little quicker, but are we just going to let it go by what Tao Bowles had on? That he has some old school Levi jeans on, some gym shoes, and a sport coat. Did you see Tao Bowles in the draft room?
I didn't see it, sir, but I think it's safe to say that Ninja's different.
Hey, it's safe to say he ain't spending no money on wardrobe. He got all his money from his coaching checks. He ain't buying no nice clothes.
No, not at all. Not at all. Not at all. Not at all.
You might see Tao Bowles and Ross. You might see him and Ross buying his jeans.
Boy, you stupid little motherfucker. I didn't see that, but no reason for that in the position that he is. Even if you're casual, you should be casually clean. Presentable, sir. Presentable.
JBJ didn't like that pick. He said, "What the fuck? I'm done." You didn't like Abuka? He wanted defense. I know he wanted defense.
Yeah, I mean, he wanted defense, and that
rusher.
would be, like you said, that's a smarter pick. I think they should get a difference maker at quarterback that was still available. A Milroe or a Sanders would make that team better, but they're not going to do that. I'm not mad at Abuka, but I just hate the quarterback, and I think they're going to be limited with that guy at quarterback.
Yeah, I think they need defense. I think Abuka, I like the pick, but it's a luxury pick. It's almost like when the Falcons took Bijan. They didn't need him. Really good player, but they needed to go defense. That's how I feel about the Abuka not as high, like Bijan at 10 or whatever he was, but they needed defense, and they still don't have a pass rush, so that was kind of odd. But again, they may have had him higher on the board than defensive players, and he's still there, and they say, man, we got to take him, best available. We never know. That's what I would like to know. But there's been 3 or 4 picks that are just shocking. I'm just, wow. I'm going to listen to Chicago Sports Radio tomorrow. I'll be in your chat if you're doing the show Monday, let you know the feedback I hear about Bears fans and sports radio in Chicago. Because I can't believe that's going to be a popular pick.
I got the Broncos going defense, outside chance of a wide receiver, but I have them going D lineman, followed by a cornerback, followed by a receiver. But I think it was you that told me they're going to go into the secondary.
I think they're going to, now that at 20 and he's still there, I think they're going to take the next running back that's just rated a little bit above Henderson, Omarion Hampton from North Carolina, because a boy liked to run the ball. You could take the pressure off of Bo Nix because he's going to get exposed in year 2. So I think they might go running back. Defense wouldn't be surprising, but I wouldn't be shocked if they go running back or even maybe receiver. Maybe get him a weapon with that speed still on the board that's out there.
If they go running back, I'm telling you, Henderson. That boy's a difference maker, and Ohio State really fucked them last year with bitch-ass Chip Kelly, and they just gave the ball to Judkins most of the time. But I'm telling you, Henderson. Looking at this, I'm looking at some of these teams. I'm trying to think out of who I'm seeing. No, none of these guys kind of need that now. It's going to be interesting. And this is kind of moving along. It's only 9:19 my time, was 10:19 your time. Draft's kind of moving along. It's at a pretty good pace. And
I followed a lot of the draft coverage on NFL Network, but I hadn't heard a lot about Will Johnson. I always heard he was second corner behind Travis, of course. But I wonder if he still has some lingering effects of that injury that's causing him to fall. as much as he has, because he was a top 10 type pick before the season, even when he got hurt. So I haven't followed him or any news on him specifically, but now I'm wondering, if he's healthy and that's maybe he's not healthy and that's why he's continuing to fall at a premium position like cornerback. Got to have guys that can get to the quarterback and guys that can cover, somewhat with the rules. We call Broncos pick is in. Steelers about to be on the clock, and I'm going to say the Steelers take Shedeur Sanders.
And I probably agree with you. I would not be mad if they took. They're going to take Shedeur. Shedeur is right there, and Pittsburgh is set up.
If they took James Pierce, I wouldn't be angry. But I think they're going to take Shedeur. They should take him. Kind of makes up for the wrong of Justin Fields, lowballing him, and also doing what they did last year, where they didn't go back to him when Russ was out there not doing it. Oh, who is this white dude? I was like, I know they didn't pick him. He's some kid out there talking. Okay, Make-A-Wish. Okay,
I would go.
Make-A-Wish.
I would go Shedeur. If they said Jalen Milroe, I wouldn't freak out.
They said Jalen Milroe, I'd turn this table over that I'm sitting at with my microphone. Bama would turn this table over if they said Jalen Milroe.
I wouldn't be mad. Let's see what they got here. But
they took the cornerback from
they
Texas,
corner.
Barron. Okay.
Yeah, they got the best cornerback available. On as far as like most boards, they got the best cornerback available. So they did go defensive back. And the Broncos are a pretty stacked team. It's just a matter of what they're going to do with the guy that they've chosen to play with. He can get things done, but he's limited. So
yeah, they added to a very good defense. Adding to a very good defense. Defensive player of the year, Surtain on the other side. So yeah, not a bad pick.
And I think that QB's mobility is going to help them. They're a solid ass team. They really are. They just could have got a difference maker. I think they got an okay guy, but they could have got a difference maker. All right, Steelers on the clock, sir. I say I agree. I say Shedeur. But again, honorable mention to Milroe. I wouldn't bug out if he got taken. But for Shedeur to fall in Pittsburgh's lap right here, I would take him all day long. Because they don't have a viable quarterback on the roster. But I would take a Shedeur all day long. And they need to keep all of their current weapons as well. But yeah, this is an opportunity. I thought that Milroe was going to fall here, and Shedeur was going to be gone already. So that was my previous thought, but such did not happen. When I looked at it, I said Milroe really has a chance to fall to this team, but it's not going to happen. Steelers on the clock, and again, almost nothing can really make up for that, but they can at least make some sense of it with this move right here. I'm still shaking my head at that shit. See, is the Underground Railroad Show, 8th annual draft show featuring the Angry Black Man thus far. And so I should pull that up. I don't have a running display of the current picks. But I should pull that up.
Steelers pick is in.
The Steelers pick is in. And they have the camera on Shedeur.
They don't have another pick. They don't have another pick until 83 in the third round and 123 in the fourth, 156 and 185, and then the 7th round pick. So they're done for a while. This is a huge pick for them.
You already got your receivers. You don't let Pickens leave. And you pick up Shedeur right here. Or you pick up Mr. Milroe. But I believe Shador Sanders is about to be a Steeler. Man, they should have kept Justin Fields. These motherfuckers. The other problem is I still don't like that OC. I still don't like him. Because if he wasn't adamant about keeping Fields, it tells me he's a dumbass. So it's interesting with the Steelers. They should definitely take Shador or Milroe right here. I still don't like Arthur Smith. He was okay last year, but I still don't like him. All right, Pittsburgh. And this is bad radio as I sit here and wait. Oh! Yeah, this is so Pittsburgh. An area that they're already deep in, and they went defensive tackle. Oh, Pittsburgh. The damn Steelers.
Happy for that young
Okay.
man, but let me say this real quick. I'll be brief.
Go ahead.
They're getting long in the tooth with Cam Haywood, whose best years are probably past him, but he's a leader, probably a future Hall of Famer. So I get the pick, but whether Aaron Rodgers plays or not, you set up Shador Sanders. You got your quarterback of the future. You can't win with Mason Rudolph. You're in a division with Joe Burrow and Lamar Jackson. You're not competing in that division playing great defense and special teams with Mason Rudolph as your quarterback. Even with those nice receivers and Fryer moves that tight end, you're just not doing it, man. Just a bad pick, man. It's a sad day. It's a sad day. It's a sad day.
Bad pick, man. I don't like that pick. I don't like that pick. You could have did, yeah. I don't like that pick. I don't know what the fuck is up with Pittsburgh and that why they don't want to take care of the quarterback position and waiting on elderly white men to decide if they want to play I don't understand. I'm just gonna move on. God, Pittsburgh. Y'all continue to disappoint. Chargers on the clock, sir. LA Chargers on the clock.
I believe they're going to go defense because I don't think the Bosa boy is there. The MAGA Bosa boy. I think he's the oldest one, right? I don't think he's there anymore, so I think they're going defensive line.
I have them going D-line or receiver. I have D-line first and then receiver. But, again, Pierce and my man from Ole Miss are still there. You still have quality linebackers. My man from South Carolina is still there. And you got top-tier receivers. Who was it the Chargers picked up as a backup quarterback that I like? Who was it?
That you like? Did they pick up Jacoby Brissett?
No, they picked up Trey Lance.
Trey Lance, okay, yeah.
It was Trey Lance.
Joe Milton is with the Cowboys. Joe Milton's with the Cowboys.
You mean Trey he's going to end up there, you think?
No, Joe Milton's on the Cowboys right now. He's the backup for Dak.
Is he really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. I knew that. That's right. So, but remember I told you who else they picked up, right?
Yeah, I saw it a minute ago when I had it up when they were picking, but I can't think of who it was.
I knew as soon as Vrabel came in, he was going to get rid of Joe Milton. I knew as soon as he came in, he was going to get rid of Joe Milton. Jesus Christ, Pittsburgh. Chargers on the clock. You still have quality D linemen available. Pierce from Tennessee, my man from Ole Miss is still there. You still have quality linebackers, man from South Carolina still there. And you have a plethora of wide receivers. Depending on what they have in the later rounds, it's wide open for the Chargers right here. It's wide open for them.
And they have 10 picks in this draft, so I would expect them to be packaging some of those picks in the later rounds, trying to move up. But they do have 10 total picks, so they have a plethora of picks to utilize in this draft or to move up or do whatever.
And with that many picks, that would lend to you believing that in this situation you get the best available player because anything that is a position of depth you can deal with later in the draft.
Yep,
So
and
they
I
feel
think with
like there's a
Harbaugh they
difference.
would go with an offensive lineman because he likes linemen, but they with Magabosa gone from there. I think they're going to go defensive line, especially with the ones still available.
I'd agree with you there. And again, Simmons from Ohio State is still available on the offensive side of the ball, but yeah, I agree with you there. And we have the Packers coming up after the Chargers.
We literally got one more spot, and I'm not saying that Shador couldn't go. Maybe two. I'll throw two out there that possibly he could go to. Um, and this is not based on his talent. This is based on how the teams have set their quarterbacks, and they wouldn't even consider him. And I'm saying Shador for the first round remaining. You got the Rams, who have Matthew Stafford that renegotiated, but he's on a year or two deal. Um, Possibly Detroit. I know they have Golf, and he
Hendon Hooker.
signed and
They have
Hendon
Hendon Hooker
Hooker.
as well.
And then after that, Shador is not going to Washington. He's not going to
Nope.
Buffalo. He's not going to Kansas City, and
Nope.
he's not going to
Nope.
Philadelphia.
Nope. Nope. He's not. And the Rams, I think, is the most viable option. The
That would be a
Vikings
great option
should.
for them. The Vikings
The
too, but I know
Vikings
I'm just
should be.
saying what we know they're not going to do it because of
Yeah.
JJ
Now,
McCarthy. But
honestly,
yeah, they
he
should.
should go to the Vikings because McCarthy is garbage.
Oh, we
You'll
agree.
never.
We agree.
But yeah.
But
I
they're
mean,
not going to
there
admit that
are people
now.
available. I mean, this. I think Milroe or Sanders in Minnesota would be great. But
But the
as we
most
just said, that's not
logical
going to
with
happen.
with Stafford being older and him just doing a short deal, that would be a good spot for him with the Rams. He's marquee, and then he would be ready to go. But it's looking like he may get snubbed to the first round.
It is looking that way. It is looking that way. And Chargers have Trey Lance. Honestly, the Chargers wouldn't be the worst place for him to go with an overrated Justin Herbert there. But with Trey Lance being there, I think he has the ability to do something if he has the opportunity, which he probably won't get. But honestly, the team that's on the clock right now be viable, but they're not going to do it. It's interesting. I think we agree the Chargers are going to go defense. I think they're on commercial right now. Let me see what I can do with this chat room. As they're back up, let's see. Is this picking? No, they're letting the clock tick down. This is another asshole letting the clock tick down.
NFL told him to slow down. We here to midnight. Slow down.
Now the clock ticking down again. I don't know why at this point, but okay. If I'm the Packers, I'm going wide receiver O-line. I think I'm going wide receiver because their guys are good. But again, my man, once he went down with the bad timing of the injury, they were hurting at the receiver position. I probably go receiver or lineman if I'm Green Bay because if he has enough time, he's gonna find whoever. But
Yeah, my
if I'm
man,
Green Bay, I'm going
he's gone
O-lineman or
down the
receiver.
last couple of years with injuries. So yeah, I would go receiver if I'm Green Bay. I would get him a weapon that dude just had some horrific injuries, some bad luck. Yeah, bad luck.
Yeah, he had a non-contact injury the other day. Pick is in for the LA Chargers. Let's see what they do here.
Great job, sir. You didn't say San Diego. I always say San Diego wants to show when I say the Chargers. Just natural.
No, that's probably only my second time in life saying LA. Most of the time I say San Diego still, sir. That might be my second time in life getting that shit right. Chat room always correcting me. On the low, Trey Lance is a great pickup for the Chargers. Excellent pickup. Interesting. with all of these receivers available, I wonder what the Texans are going to do. And I hate to project, but I'm just curious.
I
Vikings, I
believe they're
think,
going to
have to
go
go
wide
defense.
receiver.
Vikings, I think, have to go defense. Even though that would be a
Now,
great place to bring in a real quarterback.
now for the initial contract of some of these guys that I think are first round talents at running back, it's going to hurt them on their initial contract. But some of these guys are going to fall to good teams, and I think you start getting down in the bottom of the draft, outside of Philly and maybe Baltimore, you may see a team grab one of these running backs that that is there. It's definitely in the second round. They're going to fly off the early in the first probably 10 to 15 picks of the second round, but team's going to get a high value running back that has fallen in this first round or fallen to the second round.
And as the Chargers get ready to announce their pick, once again, this is the 8th annual NFL Draft Show featuring the Angry Black Man, hosted by your boy, that Ninja. A tradition that was started a while back at the suggestion of a listener. They went
took the
running back.
Wow.
I disagree. They picked up a running back in the off season, and Henderson, man. Henderson. Maybe it's because Dobbins was started out doing well and got injured, and maybe they don't want to go with another Ohio State running back, but interesting. Okay. I'm not mad at that. And again, if they're going to stay with Herbert,
they picked up Najee Harris, so
that's
he's
why I
more
was confused
explosive than
about the pick.
Harris.
That's why
But Harbaugh want to run the ball, so they're gonna use both of them and try to hide their quarterback. That there are still NFL pundits and that are former players that still act like he's an elite quarterback. It's amazing. Obviously, they're going to run the ball, play physical, play defense, and try to hide their quarterback, but still say he's, the media still say he's all world. Obviously, Harbaugh realizes he's not all world. I think they could have went somewhere else. I like him. I really like Henderson, but I think they could have gone defense, especially losing Bosa, hasn't played well the last 3 or 4 years. He's always injured, but this is a pick you didn't need to make with Najee Harris, but he's a good running back, though.
A lot of receivers. I'd agree. Good running back. It's not a bad pick. Again, taking pressure off of your quarterback. Just personally, I would have went with Henderson, but I understand the pick. The Packers are on the clock, sir, and I'm going receiver all day long, unless they want to go old lineman right here. But I'm going receiver if I'm the Packers. And for me, with the offense that they run, a couple of these 4-3 guys that are available, that might be where I'm leaning at. Along with that running game, you already have your quarterback. You said that quarterback and that backup. Pretty good line. The only thing that could trump a receiver right here to me would be an offensive lineman, unless there's a defensive player that they feel is the person that they've been eyeballing and that they feel can complete their defense or something. But outside of that, I have to go receiver right here if I'm Green Bay.
Yeah, I take the most explosive receiver. They got McCole Hardman from they play with the Chiefs. Dobbs is good. And then Christian Watson is the explosive receiver that keeps having the bad luck. I think he has real delicate soft tissue muscles.
Hey man, don't do that, man. Don't do that,
man.
I'm
not saying that as a joke, but I mean he doesn't get major injuries. His stuff is always a hammy or something like that. And but he's the explosive receiver.
ABM though, but did you hear how you said it? I think he has real delicate soft tissue, my sauce.
I'm just saying, but really, he's a hell of a receiver. But I think they go get somebody that can take the top off the defense like he could. So I think they go get one of these speedsters.
Yeah, definitely, and maybe that maybe he can find it's just bad. It's been hard luck on him, man. Maybe he can get past his hard luck But there's some guys available. You got some take the top off. You got Golden is still there. That man has great hands, and he was doing this with Ewers. Isaiah Bond is right there. Again, this speed playmaker, great hands. You have people available that can really make plays. Abuka's off the board, but you still have a lot of people that can really make plays. You got a 4-4 guy in Burden out of Missouri. So you have receivers available right here. And Green Bay, I think, is falling short because of a lack of weapons and unfortunate injuries. So looking for them to take a receiver right here.
Yeah, they're straight at running back with Josh Jacobs, who was one of the steals of the offseason last year. They taking it down too. They told him slow down, slow down.
Slow down, man. We want to make a
We got
production
an
out of
hour and
this.
20 minutes. We got an hour and 20 minutes.
And
I won't
the
cross my
Vikings
fingers
the
for
next.
the Rams. Vikings on the clock, followed by the Houston Texans.
Yes, sir. And
So I
again, the
predict
Vikings
that we're going to see a receiver, a defender, and a receiver for the Texans. I believe it's going to be two
I agree.
receivers and one
I
defender in
agree.
these 3 picks.
I agree. Receiver right here, defender coming up, and the receiver for the Texans all day long. And a lot of great. And again, I'm getting C.J. Stroud, one of those playmakers. Isaiah Bond or Golden, if they're still available, that's who should go to the Texans. One of those playmakers. Along with their receiving quarter they have, and they continue to improve. A guy trying to make a play that inadvertently helped to make that injury even more horrific with Tank Dell. A guy that showed that he could play in the NFL, and he just kept getting terrible injuries. I don't think anybody noticed that receiver was trying to get to that ball, and that's what damn destroyed homie's knee. It wasn't his football, but he looked up in the air and went to go get it. You have a route tree. He was fully aware that wasn't his football, and that's what got that guy hurt like that. But, I'll back off of that. You see that stat about them not selecting a skill player in the early rounds?
Yeah, all the guys they've gotten that can play they've gotten in the later rounds, but they need to take a speedster here. And if Christian Watson is healthy, you got another speedster, but you also got insurance because I think they're set everywhere else. They could go defense because they wouldn't be bad if they get Pierce. You're in the division where you got core offenses that are good. The Bears are trying to be good, so they could go that way, but I like to see them get a weapon. Let me see what their picks look like.
In the later rounds, let's see what they do here. So we know the Vikings are going to go defense. If the Vikings are going to don't go defense, I'd be shocked. But Green Bay should definitely help out their quarterback right here.
Green Bay got a second, 54, third round, 87, a fourth round, a fifth round, and a sixth round pick. So they come up midway through the second round. But this is a big pick for them, man.
And the pick is in for Green Bay, who should be picking up a receiver, in my humble opinion. But see what they do right here. There it is. Oh, on a side note, for the listeners, baby girl is finishing up her sophomore year. Went and packed her up today. She's got an exam in the morning, and then she's heading back home.
Year
So that
2
same little
done,
girl,
man. Time is
time
flying.
flies, right? And let's see what the Packers did right here. Thinking you have to go top tier receiver. See if I can jump into this chat room after this pick. Do I have a All of these damn theatrics. And I apologize to the chat room. I'm gonna get to you. We're about to have. They're starting to drag this out a little bit because teams are a little too prepared. So we've noticed that they're trying to drag it out a tad. So I'm gonna jump to the chat room because y'all have definitely added to the show. As I look at this guy talking with no volume, get to the damn pick. See if Green Bay gets another weapon for Mr. Jordan Love. The Vikings are going to go defense and roll with a mediocre quarterback. And the Texans are in desperate need of a receiver or a top-tier offensive lineman. Because they did trade Laramie Tunsil inexplicably. So that's what makes this tough for the Texans. They should get a receiver, but they just let go of Laramie Tunsil. And Stroud had a hard time being protected last year until they fixed it kind of towards the end of the season. Defense was playing really good ball. They got better during the course of the year.
Yeah, Stroud took a beating last year.
He did. He did. I don't understand Tunsil. I'm still shaking my head at that one. Boy, if the teams take too long, they're gonna have somebody come up here and do a whole bunch of unnecessary talking. Jesus Christ, what's the pick?
Matthew Golden, Texas.
They did it. Okay, I was wondering. There go Matthew Golden. Okay.
Matthew Golden, Texas.
Matthew Golden. They went and got a 4-2 guy with hands. They went and got a 4-2 guy with hands. It took a while. I was wondering what took so damn long, but that motherfucker got some hands. Matthew Golden is a damn good receiver. That's a great pickup for Green Bay.
Hey, they don't know that Detroit lost both of their coordinators, and you know I've been high on Green Bay the last couple of years, and they just don't get it done, and they just fall a little short. But man, I'm not a Green Bay fan, but I like that pick. I like that pick.
Yeah. I'm not a fan in the sense that that's my team, but when they went and got Malik Willis, he earned all the respect in the world for me for that one. Homie got them shades on so you can't see his emotion. But when they picked him up, that did it for me. That let me know he was about football. It's almost how I'm looking at Brian Dabo because he went and got Wilson and Winston. And generally speaking, that's not what those coaches do. He could have went and got any mediocre, underwhelming colonizer quarterback, and the media would have been happy with him, but he didn't do that. So, but a great pickup for Green Bay. Playmaker right here. And the offensive style that they run is set up for guys that have this type of breakaway speed. You get them in position where they're running open, you get them the ball on time, and you let them work from there. So a great pickup for Green Bay right here. I thought this man would have been gone by now. Nice pickup.
They probably did too. Probably did too. And let me tell you, brother, that don't worry about you being in Green Bay and nothing there. If you want to get some culture, just go on down to Racine. Go on down to Racine. You'll be all right. You're not too far from Chicago, so you'll be good. Don't worry that you're there. You'll be all right. You'll be all right. Vikings pick is in. Vikings have pick 97 and a 5th round pick. So the Vikings don't have much in this draft. So this is a big pick for them.
Yeah, do you think there's a chance the Vikings go running back right here, or is it going to be defense?
They still have Aaron Jones, but he's getting up there. It wouldn't be crazy for them to go running back, but I think they're gonna give Brian Flores another defender.
I agree with you, especially considering that's probably the strongest part of their team.
But I would give a running back for that mediocre quarterback. You got big time receivers, the tight end. Aaron Jones can still do it, but he's getting up there in age. So why not go get a young running back that you can split carries with him? And like Detroit did, they had a 1-2 punch, and if you get Henderson, you got a breakaway back like they have with Gibbs. So I wouldn't be mad if they did that, but I think they'll probably go defense. But I might look at Henderson to help that. I can't believe they took that dude that high at quarterback. All he did was throw 7-8 passes a game attempts.
Yeah, man. I'm telling you, dude, they're gonna that McCarthy shit. I mean, he's gonna get all the positive coverage in the world, but you can put all the lipstick on that pig you want to. You can try to put all the lipstick on that pig you want to, man. That was a crazy ass pick, and I stand on that. From what he did in college, that pick was stupid.
Pick is
It
in.
was, and the pick
And
is in for the Vikes.
yeah, Vikes and Texans will be going on the clock in a second.
If I'm the Vikings, my man from Tennessee is still there. He's still there. Top tier linebacker still there. Man from South Carolina still there. So they have they are in a position to take a top tier or a high quality and or highly ranked player from a key position. So the Vikings are in a position to do that, and they should do whatever they need to do to bolster the other areas of the team because they're going to be lacking on offense. I don't know what else to say. They're going to be lacking on offense. That McCarthy thing is wild as hell to me. And they're just acting like I still can't get over the fact that they were microanalyzing Michael Penix last year, but glossing over Nix and Penix being taken in the first round. And yes, I put them both in the same category. I sure did. At least Nix did something in college. But
yeah, he was light years ahead of that dude. I can't believe McCarthy.
Yeah.
Even that's just wild. I saw them play.
That's wild.
They won.
Yeah,
they won in spite of him, not because of him at any point.
Because of him.
Not even the game. Y'all DI defensive backs took bad angles. He just threw a 3-yard pass.
There was no need to bring that up with all the details, sir.
We may have new listeners on the train draft show, man. We gotta let them know.
As the pick is in for Minnesota, they have options right here, and I think they have to go defense. But again, for me, running back maybe to help, but when they had a running back, they didn't want to use them, so I don't think they're going there. I think they'll go defense right here. Maybe arrogantly enough, maybe they go fucking running a receiver or a tight end. Maybe he goes old lineman, considering this crazy coach. But they should go defense because the defense is going to need to carry this team, much like they did last year. No. Again,
Donovan
like I
Jackson,
said, they went old lineman.
Ohio
They
State.
went Donovan Jackson from Ohio State.
Protect the quarterback and get your running game.
Yeah.
So
yeah, they went. That's why I threw in old lineman. That's why I threw in old lineman because I figured that with that coach, I figured he might do that with that coach. That's the only reason that last second I said possibly old lineman because that coach is all about him and his offense. So he's going to get what he needs to run his offense.
And they pick again at 58, and they have two third rounders, 79, 89. They got a couple late round picks. So New York Giants on the clock. What did the Giants do with their second first round pick?
And the Giants, they had a great first round. They had a great pick. I think they're good. If I'm the Giants right here with that defense that I already have, I'm going receiver. I'm going receiver if I'm the Giants, unless they feel like there's a need that they have on defense and they have a guy there they feel like they can't pass on. If they feel like I got to have this linebacker or this defensive tackle, I could understand it. But with the guys that they brought in with the fairly steady line that I think they had right here, I think you go receiver or O-lineman. I think you go receiver or O-lineman right here.
Yeah, I agree with you on that because you get another receiver, or if there's a defender you want to go, if you want to have multiple pass rushers in a rotation like the Eagles had, you could go that way. But I'd like to see him get a receiver. Now, who is their running back with the Giants? Didn't they have one of the Bills' old running backs?
Yeah, I think he actually did. He had a decent season. Well, yeah, you're right. You know what? They
had Devin Singletary, Bills, and also with the Texans.
Yeah. You know what? That outside possibility, that wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, sir. Henderson's still there. A running back wouldn't be a bad pickup. That would not be a bad pickup. But I think with Neighbors, with the ability that Neighbors has, if you get another receiver that the defense has to respect, you open up the options for that offense. offensive coach, I think with a good system, he might want an Isaiah Bond with the ability to take a intermediate pass and take it to the house or do something with it. Again, you still got Burden from Missouri available. Trey Harris is still available, a guy with excellent hands. So there are a lot of options at receiver right there. But outside possibility, Henderson would not be a bad look for them. Henderson would not be a bad look for them. Now, sir, obviously I missed it because wait a minute, wait. Did I miss a trade? Did you say the Giants were on the clock right now?
Yeah, the Giants pick is in. It's on commercial right now, but their pick is in.
I thought so. Were the Texans next, or did the trade happen? I missed.
The Texans they haven't put the trade up, but the Texans were next after Minnesota. So
okay, that's what I thought. Okay, so the Texans traded their pick.
Yeah,
Ooh,
they haven't put up for what the terms are, but they're often slow on that. But yeah.
And I don't even think they're going to get a first round pick. That's an interesting way to go. That's an interesting way to go for them. They must have do they have an early second round pick? What could so that means the Giants came back for something they really wanted. That means the Giants came back for something they really wanted. That would have to I would have to think that would be a receiver they didn't think was still going to be there. It could be that could be anything from receiver, O lineman to maybe a piece where they think they can have a top tier defense. I think that could almost be anything. So this is interesting because as soon as you said Giants, and I thank you for that update because I was looking forward to the Texans and what they were going to do.
Yeah, I was, and then I saw the Giants. I'm like, oh, what did the Giants? I didn't know they. Then I realized they must have made a trade, but I didn't even say there must have been a trade. But yeah, they're up to 25, so somebody they wanted. You see somebody that you didn't think would be there, and they're there, so you go get them.
So somebody's on the board that the Giants really want.
Yeah, somebody looked like the Texans moved out of the first round.
With that coach and the scheme that he runs, yeah, that's what I was saying. There's not another pick for them. That's why I was saying, like, what do they have going in the second round? Because they've foregone their first round pick because they feel like whatever they were going to get is going to be available later. So that's what I was looking at. When you said that, I said, shit, they out of the first round then. So the Texans actually don't have a first round pick, which is crazy. I'm really interested to see what they did right here because they went out of their way to come back in here and grab this pick.
Yeah, I'm waiting to see. Interested to see what they gave up and what the terms are, and because it lets me know what the Texans are doing, but also lets me know who the Giants wanted to move up to get so bad.
I think it might be Isaiah Bond. Because the running backs that are available are still going to be there later. I think it has to be Isaiah Bond. I see they picked up Zach Pascal. Now he will be a small target.
The Rams will be on the clock.
He's a small target, but he's a target that can get somewhere. Unless they're going with somebody with some height. If I don't go Bond, if I'm not going speed and quickness, are you going with my man from Ole Miss?
Oh, no.
Oh, my fucking God. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
Flag on T has lost it.
Fuck? Man, I just threw my goddamn headphones. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Boy, this is some...
Come on, Sean McVay. You know I don't like your funky ass. Oh no,
So
look like the Rams traded back.
y'all
The
got
Rams.
Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston and Shador Sanders and before Jalen Milroe. Are you fucking kidding me?
And it looks like the Falcons and the Rams have made a trade. Rams trade pick, and the Falcons move back into the first round, and the pick for the Falcons is in. Rams have traded their pick.
Well,
Ravens
that
will
lets
be on the clock.
me know
So I was just about to say, hey, come on, Rams.
okay.
I don't like you, Sean McVay. Draft Shador. And now they done traded with the Falcons out of the first round.
Giants are happy with boy. Jesus Christ, New York Giants. The Giants don't want to compete.
They want to compete, but they want to draft their quarterback of the
Jalen Hurts.
future, but they could have got better players. That's just
Your ass picks
terrible.
up. That was the dumbest thing y'all could have done right there. Who the hell were you worried about taking Jackson Dart?
Yeah, they showed him and his family well before they announced the pick, and I should have known that meant they were going to take him. They probably had called him.
He should probably be the starter. Jesus Christ. That's fucking crazy. Jackson Dart.
Oh, let's keep adding to the picks that are totally shocking. Wow. All these players that can help your team right now, you're going to draft a guy that's going to have to sit for 2 years. Wow.
Now that pick right there makes me think. Way back in. So okay. So who did the Falcons get?
The Falcons pick is in. Did you? Hey, you got your headphones back on? Because you've been echoing since you snapped.
Pick. Correct.
Yeah, the Falcons.
So right here, when they come. This is interesting. The Falcons being aggressive. There's somebody they want.
Yeah, Sluggo said they gave up the 2026 first round, so this better be good.
They can get that linebacker and come back with another interior and/or exterior lineman right here. They have to pay.
Did you put your headphones back on? Did you put your headphones back on?
Yeah, my headphones.
Okay. Because it's starting to echo.
And there it is. There it is.
Great draft for the Falcons. Great draft. A+. A+ for the Falcons.
A+ thus far.
A+.
There's Pierce. That's the guy that I thought should have been gone 4 picks ago. That's a great pickup. Not only did they get the top linebacker that can put his hand on the ground in the draft, they picked up an underrated Pierce from Tennessee. Nice Falcons. Very nice. Very nice. Good job. The Falcons finally addressed their needs. And again, I think they have what they need on offense, and they can still add things. I like those picks. For the Falcons. Falcons fans, ABM, keep me informed. I'm going to the chat.
All right. Ravens on the clock, 5 minutes, so go ahead and get some chat. A+ Falcons.
Nice, Falcons. Let me see where I'm at here. Man, I'm so far behind. God almighty. JBJ said, I see ugly ass Wayne is up there. The 5-foot gremlin. Ain't nobody coming to see you, Otis. CD Jackson said, I haven't watched the 4-letter trash presentation of the draft in years. I'll get the info from the show. Got the playoffs on. Feel you, Sydney. Shaka said, how in the world are you from New Orleans and you're a Packer fan? Sluggo said, Clay Matthews, sick, help. Oh, that must have been Clay Matthews. Okay, that's interesting. Shaka said, what up, Hammer? Sid, okay, speaking to everybody. JBJ said, they said the Giants offered Tennessee this year's first-round pick and next year's first-round pick along with other picks to get Cam Ward. They didn't want to. So you mean to tell me you couldn't get Cam Ward, so you wanted Jackson Dart? That doesn't make sense. Sluggo said, will the Falcons select the best pass rusher that's left on the board, or will they draft the best player available? JBJ said, I will say Cam single-handedly defeated my Gators along with Napier's ineptitude. Hang in there, Whites. Sluggo said, I'm watching on rabbit ears. Jaguars traded up. Oh, this is very early. Shout out to Master Splinter for Sidney Jackson saying, shout out to Master Splinter for raising such a good kid and Travis Hunter.
Wow, man.
Come on, Sidney. Sidney, come on, man. Come on. Oh, Jesus Christ. JBJ said Travis Hunter, a.k.a. Wanda from In Living Color, is going back home to the great Sunshine State, Florida. Ignorant. Shaka said, Crocs, LOL. I will be rocking them again, sliding to a female's house. Sydney said the Jags picked the only player who can catch and defend the bad passes from their sorry-ass quarterback.
What's wrong with Sidney Jackson?
Sluggo said the Giants are hoping to steal the Jackson kid later in the draft. Sluggo's right.
Yeah, he
was
it.
right.
He called it. I saw that in chat. He called it.
Sydney said Mika Parsons. Cedric said, hey, oh, he's speaking to everybody. Sluggo said Nick would hurt himself in Green Bay. Well, y'all ain't shit. Y'all ain't shit. Sluggo said, did the Raiders address their quarterback needs? They got Geno Smith. Cedric Galloway said, Sluggo, other than signing Geno, they are talking about trading Aiden, so they would definitely need a quarterback of the future. Sluggo said, gotcha, said, considering these other teams had 38-year-old white men and they didn't get anybody, I think the Raiders don't got to worry about that right now. Maybe later in the draft. JBJ said, no, I read that one about Watson. Ooh, the rain is on its way. I read some of this. Obviously, I skipped some chat. JBJ said, young Torson strived and dreamed to be the caliber of running back as Genty as a young bow-legged fullback in Alabama. Who are y'all? Who the hell are y'all? Who the fuck are y'all?
Because the bow-legged fullback is so wrong. The bow-legged fullback is just so violently offensive.
Y'all are funny, man. Y'all are funny. The pick is in for the Ravens. So the Ravens on the clock, correct?
Yeah, Ravens pick is in, and the Lions are on the clock coming up. They just haven't showed us the Ravens.
The Ravens can do. If I'm the Ravens, I'm taking a receiver. Well, what are you doing if you're the Ravens? They probably should go defense, but unless they feel like
They added
it's a
D
matter of
Hop.
what they
They
think is
added
going to
D
be
Hop.
available at.
Yeah, they could go either way. They could go either way.
They did get D Hop, but
But I
having
mean, they
another
could get a
difference
younger
maker.
receiver. Can never have enough depth at receiver, and they got
Yeah,
a luxury where they don't need a whole lot everywhere else. They're not in dire need anywhere really.
yeah, so they're in a position to get somebody that's a difference maker if they feel like he is that. And Bond might be that type of guy, but there are a lot of receivers available right there. You already got Henry and another serviceable running back.
As me and JB was JB texted me early, but Will Johnson, man, I
Hey,
guess
hey,
he
hey, hold
does
on.
have some injuries.
Lamar Jackson, 4,172 passing yards, 915 rushing yards. First quarterback, I forgot what those numbers, but who won the MVP again?
Josh Allen.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Why you always talk about race?
They take Malachi Starks from Georgia safety, so they went defense back into their defense to go with Hamilton at safety. That's not a good
And they
player.
did. They went Malachi Stark, so I can see that. That's what I was saying. When they go in defense, I can see that. And they're going to be some receivers available later, so I can see that. As I poured my shot, I never took it. 10 o'clock shot for Pop. R.I.P. DT. Happy birthday, sir. So they went safety, SEC safety. And I get it. Because I think they're going to be able to get some receivers later. And again, they've addressed that to a degree, so I understand. Ravens got the squad. They just got to get it done. But thing about it is that they don't like to mention Ravens are not an old team. Lamar Jackson's not old. They just conspired to not give him another MVP. And we're moving on along, sir. We're winding down. Nice pickup for the Ravens. The Lions are on the clock. I have them going defensive lineman or offensive lineman. They already have Hendon Hooker. They have some nice receivers. They could still get another one. That's not the offense that they run. And Isaiah Bond would be perfect in that offense at receiver. The type of offense that they run. So, and we'll see how much it hurts them to lose key coaches as well. But I have them going D line or O line.
I would have them taking Will Johnson, but as I stated earlier, and JB said in the text to me that he thinks he didn't work out at the combine, so he may still be injured because there's no reason the player he was at Michigan that he's fallen this far. So if he was healthy, I could see the Lions taking him, but they'll probably go another defensive or offensive line position because the offensive line is the heart of their team. That sets up everything. The running game sets up. And they're versatile. They can run inside, outside, and that sets up their play action passing with Goff. Because when he has to throw it a lot and the running gets shut down, he's a turnover machine.
He is, and they're very what's the word? Strategic and tactical. What's the word they use when people cheat and they don't say it? They're very crafty with the way that they block because they can run the ball down your throat. So you're 100% correct with the offensive line. They will come at you with those running backs, and again, the play on the field throws away the rumor with absolutely no foundation that running backs don't matter because on the field they matter.
Like you said, losing two coordinators on both sides of the ball, that'll be an interesting dynamic to see how big they were to that both sides of the football. You know, one in Chicago, one in New York, two big cities, two of the three biggest cities in America. Those two guys are head coaches of, franchises. So
I agree, and I like one of them a whole lot because he went and got Justin Fields, which lets me know he knows what he's doing. Now, I'll say this. I think we both agree that coach is an idiot. He's lost some very good coordinators. And Detroit has always been a just getting by team. How much will this affect them? It could be big. Maybe they keep it moving. We'll see. But they've only put together one season that has matched the commentary that they've gotten. Let's see if they can do it back to back. Let's see if they can do it back to back.
Their pick is
because we're
in.
almost at a pick I'm very interested in. As I pause, Lions on the clock, and the Redskins are coming up. I'm sorry, I keep saying that. The Washington football team is coming up. Ooh, that is wonderful. Forgive me for the pauses, sir. I am very Washington was one of those teams I was interested in. Again, a team that came out of nowhere. Dan Quinn was robbed for coach of the year. He did an outstanding job. Dan Quinn did an
Preach.
outstanding job. Robbed
Preach.
for coach of the year. And one of the things he pieced together a defense with his strategy, and they still needed more players, but he made it work. And they gave that their top tier quarterback a good line, and they opened up the offense and let him play. And what the line couldn't handle, his athleticism handled. For them to give the Vikings head coach of the year was crazy to me, dude. When I saw that, I was looking at the score.com and I saw they gave him coach of the year. I damn threw the score away. I said, I'm done looking at that shit. Between Lamar Jackson and that, it's hard to take those type of awards seriously if you're going to do things like that. It's hard to take you seriously.
Well, I would say the Vikings coach should have been in the top 3, but he shouldn't have won.
Yes.
Josh Allen shouldn't have been in the top 3.
Who else was in the top 3?
I don't know who was in the top 3 of coaches, but the Vikings coach had his backup quarterback who had been a super bust. Now he had weapons, but he manufactured that dude to wins until the playoffs, the last regular season game for the number 1 seed in the playoffs. So he should have been in the top 3, maybe 2.
Definitely.
Dan Quinn should have been 1, a rookie quarterback, no matter how great we know he was, but also the fact that he was doing it with smoke and mirrors with his defense, and they came out of nowhere and went to the NFC Championship. Like it was no question. Minnesota was still supposed to be a good team and a playoff team.
And that's my point. Minnesota was expected to be good. Washington was not. And again, you see, ABM. I've said it, but they're reaching for these players from the Buckeyes. Tyleik Williams from Ohio State, defensive tackle. We've had a guard come off the board. We've had this D tackle, and we've had a receiver come off. But good pickup for Detroit. For me, this is them trying to make up for getting serviceable play. Slow down, T. Serviceable players when they could have got difference makers. I think Detroit had a couple opportunities to get difference makers, and they didn't. I'm not saying the players they have aren't good, but they could have got difference makers, and they didn't. They're, bolstering their line, that big injury to their top guy from that school up north, who I don't even think was the best player available when they took him. The injury to him slowed them down a little bit, and they're just, making their line deeper. And again, Philly probably reminded people it doesn't hurt to have depth on the interior line.
Yeah, and keep them fresh. You can rotate them guys, keep them fresh, and not only for, in the event of injury, just keep guys fresh throughout the game. So when you got to get after the quarterback, you fresh because they keep rotation. Philly has definitely shown that. A couple other teams did over the years. So good pickup for them. Washington on the clock, on the commercial. I think they can go defense or they can get an offensive weapon. They can do whatever.
They really can. And this is an interesting pick right here. They've been moving around in free agency. They picked up Laramie Tunsil to help protect Jaden Daniels. Did they pick up another receiver? They didn't, did they?
They picked up Debo.
I think. Oh my God. I almost forgot.
They got Debo and they got Laramie Tunsil on the offensive line. Yeah.
Debo Samuel, and he's going to help to extend the career of another Buckeye, McLaurin. So I think because
a great Buckeye, very underrated because they've been so bad that people didn't know how great he was until this year because they were a winning football team and and came on the scene as far as their franchise again. But I'm going to throw it out here. I'm taking Henderson. I like Robinson as a running back, but they need another running back. Eckler was okay, but his best days as a running. He's better in the passing game than running. I would get Henderson here.
Yes. I think I agree with you. There are some receivers available. If they take a receiver, I wouldn't be mad. If they take an old lineman, excuse me. If they take a old lineman, I wouldn't be mad. If they take a receiver, I wouldn't be mad. If they took Henderson, I wouldn't be mad. So I'm good with all of those picks. I think that's a. I agree with what you just said. I'm tripping that the rain is coming down like this, boy.
But they've had a great offseason. They've had a great offseason so far before the draft.
They have. And Henderson is a difference maker. And if he could get on Washington's team with the type of offense they run, it would be a good thing. It would be a good thing. And there are difference-making receivers that, with that quarterback, could really make a difference. You already have receivers that are making things happen. You get somebody they can take the top off. And somebody just said it in the chat room. 334 said the Giants drafted Daniel Jones again. I agree.
Unbelievable.
They drafted another dope Daniel Jones. See, I'm missing stuff. Hold on. I'm trying to get back in this chat room. And boy, y'all are chatting today. I apologize. Sluggo said we should have moved up 4 spots to grab the Georgia edge rusher. JBJ said Mikael Williams crib, they had a gang of Little Caesars pizzas. Maybe the environment is
I saw that earlier and just started laughing. I'm like, that'd be a fool. Little Caesars.
Hey, that's low quality food, man. That's low quality food. In Mikael Williams' crib, they had a gang of Little Caesars pizzas. Maybe the environment is a little sick. I hate niggas, boy. Sound bites a little slow. I'm trying to keep up with the draft, man. So forgive me for the lack of sound bites. JBJ saying stinking ass Georgia. Man, when I tell you the bottom just fell out over here, man.
Yeah, mine was earlier when I was talking to you that it was raining. It was pouring. It was like that Florida rain.
Bottom just fell out, man. It's been one of those weeks. It's the same weather pattern every year. Y'all fuck with me when I tell y'all I'm the weatherman, but every year it's the same shit. I'm telling you, regions have reoccurring weather patterns. Every year.
JBJ said Ninja got that weak ass internet. Since you threw your headset, I don't know if you're walking off from where you at, but it's like echo. You've been going in and out. That's why I was asking. You got your headset on. It ain't been as bad the last.
Yeah, I got it on.
Minutes.
You see, I've been going in. So I sound jacked up now.
No, you sound fine now, but every so often, when I asked you, it was crazy. We could only hear every other word. It sounded like you was like a robot. They took offensive tackle.
Now at
Josh
one point
Connerly.
At one point I moved my mic, and when the Giants made that pick, I did toss my headphones.
Yeah, that's where it was like the echo. But they took Josh Connerly, offensive lineman, so they did go offensive lineman. Look at the great Doug Williams in the war room.
So they went O-lineman. Okay, I can see.
I ain't mad at that.
Yeah, I ain't mad at that because they made it happen. Honestly, he was pretty well protected last year, but I get that. And I'm not mad at the O-lineman pick. I'm not mad.
So they'll put him at right tackle. He played left tackle at Oregon, keeping everybody off old boys. So.
Oh, they took my man out of Oregon.
Yeah, he played left tackle at Oregon. About just under 6'5", about 315. So, yeah, he'll fit right in at right tackle.
Man, interesting. I wouldn't have taken him over Simmons. I wouldn't have taken him over Connerly. his teammate at Oregon. But okay, interesting. There must be something about him they like.
Oh,
I
that is
wouldn't have
Connor
taken him
Ridge.
over several other people that are still available, but okay. I'm not mad at the position. I might have went with a different player, but we'll just roll with that. Hey, how's my audio?
You good? You good?
Oh, okay. Okay, I can probably looks like I might be able to catch up with this shit.
Bama said. Bama said the Bama draft showcase today is officially over. Still got day 2 and day 3, Bama. You still got day 2 guys on Bama to get picked.
He said the Bama draft. Oh man, this damn chat is crazy.
Rough Buff squad is on the clock, and I'll say this: Jalen Milroe is at the draft, and they had Caleb DeBoer on NFL Network, and they're asking, well, he's not projected to go. And Caleb DeBoer is like, he's there to support his teammates, and he still wants the experience being at the draft. And they was trying to sabotage him, but Caleb DeBoer didn't fall for the little bullshit question they gave him. But Jalen Milroe is at the draft. I saw him; he was clean. But the Buffalo Bills on the clock. 78 wins they're showing me on this highlight. 78 wins, most in a 6-year span without a Super Bowl appearance.
Huh. Interesting. Man, I'm telling you what, we might have to and I'm sorry for saying we might have to transfer this damn chat room. I think there's something going on with this Twitch chat room, dude. But at any rate, I'll get to that another day. So we got the Bills on the clock.
And their pick is
the Bills. Do you take Henderson if you're the Bills? Do you go receiver?
You may take Henderson because I hear there's some frustration from the great James Cook about his contract and the Bills not taking care of him. So maybe if they're going to move off of him, maybe they do take Henderson because they're going to need running. But that was the key. That was the key to their offense was his running and the fact they would run the ball.
It was, and they want to pretend like it's the other cat. The reason why they lost is when they started leaning on Josh Allen. They started leaning on Josh Allen instead of leaning on the running game, which is what led them to have a successful season. So maybe they'll make up for that mistake. Maybe. Hey, JBJ though, Little Caesar's Pizza, that's low hanging fruit right there. Sluggo said, I think it's a make or break draft for Terry Fontenot. Can't keep missing. Raider for Life said, Falcons cannot pick another offensive skill player. Sluggo said, folks in the bins at the draft party. Sick help. JBJ said, Ninjas hating on the School Up North players. Oh, you old disrespectful ass nigga. JBJ said, Jay Migley is Raider, if I'm not mistaken. Wake up. Wake up. JBJ, I don't got time to hit all these sound bites today. I don't got time. I figured it out. Sluggo said, all right, Falcons, study long, study wrong. They taking the full 10 minutes. Raider for Life said, Falcons going to be the first one to use the whole time. Sluggo said, they'll take a wide receiver because he's the highest rated player on the board. Raider for Life said, they had to run the pick by the Crypt Keeper, ABM. JBJ said, my man Sluggo was pacing. You're right. It's fact. Sluggo said, praying I don't slam this phone into the ground. Raider for Life said, a lot of long faces in the war room. JBJ said, it's nothing else to do in Green Bay but smoke and drink. So Ninja would fit right in. You ain't shit, sir. You ain't shit. JBJ said there's nothing else to do in Green Bay but smoke and drink, so Ninja will fit right in. White man, just a joy to be around. Sluggo said he'll take that pick. Red of Light said, "Oh wow, I'm actually happy for y'all. Falcons never draft from Georgia." Sluggo said, "Georgia State with some screen time." JBJ said, "Kelvin Banks only gave a 1 sack during the season, and I believe it was the Jelon Walker. Good pick, Sluggo." JBJ said, "Ninja, you missed my Genty chat. Probably on purpose. Young Torreson strived and dreamed to be the caliber of running back as Genty and the young bow-legged fullback in Alabama." Hey, man, I'm going to need you to come get your people, sir. And the pick is in.
Bills take a cornerback from Kentucky. Not familiar with this brother, but
Okay, yeah, he's one of the higher rated cornerbacks in the draft. So the Bills went Maxwell Harrison from Kentucky.
and the Chiefs have traded their pick. Eagles are on the
What?
clock now. They moved back one to let the Eagles go before them. Y'all whoop our ass in the Super Bowl, but we gonna let you pick before us? Hell no.
Hell no. Who did the Eagles want to trade up to get when the only people there were the Chiefs? So, okay, the Eagles, embarrassment of riches.
Oh, Cleveland's gonna take Shador at 33. I see it. I'm predicting it. Go ahead and book. You got time to lay that bet, Sluggo, at DraftKings. FanDuel.
So Cleveland has the first pick in the second round.
Last pick of the first round, whatever, or 33. Whatever. I guess that would be the first pick of the second round. They're gonna take Shador.
You think so?
Yeah, I mean, they don't have no. They roster quarterbacks is trash. He fall that far, you got to take him.
Yeah, I'm not going to argue with that.
I mean,
Okay,
common sense,
Eagles on
but
the clock. Eagles trading up, which is interesting. What do you think the Eagles are going to do right here? Do you think they take Henderson? Do you think they take a top receiver like
I think they
So
take a
right now the
receiver.
Eagles
Last
have
year they attempted to least pass to any team in the NFL. They had a great running game, but I think they want to be able to go to their pass a little bit too if teams start taking Saquon away. So I think they're going to take a receiver. They did lose some
and I
stuff in the
think
secondary, but if this boy would have still been there, they'd have probably taken him. Will Johnson obviously has some physical problem that's still there from whatever injury put him out at Michigan, because there's no way he would still be available at a premier position like corner. And then, like I said, the Eagles need some secondary, but Malachi came off, Barron's off, this kid's off, so I think they go receiver.
you know what? As you said that, I think they are going to go. I think they are going to go defense in the secondary. That's probably why they stepped up. Now, I think they could still get a difference maker at receiver still. But I'll tell you what. Let's see who's available. So John. So you said, well, maybe. Do you think they're taking Johnson right here? Do you think they're taking
Maybe
Johnson right
because
here?
every team has their own medical staff. They'll be like, we don't like this kid from Huntsville's bow legs. We don't think that'll last. And somebody else said, man, one of our best. We don't see any problem long term with the bow legs. So somebody else may love Johnson and not be as worried about his medical as these other teams obviously are, that he's fallen this far.
Now, did the Eagles lose safeties or corners?
They lost Slay at corner and they lost Gardner Johnson at safety.
I would think stepping up like this, they have to be going corner. They have to be going corner if they stepped up like this. Unless they're gonna they don't need Henderson. They have to be going corner right here. They have to be going corner right here. That a commercial? Let's get back to this chat room, see if I can get to the bottom of this. Let's see. Sluggo said, so far, Ninja, we shot our load already. I like y'all's first round, sir. I didn't know I didn't know if that's the extent of all your picks, but JBJ said I was hoping Nolan would drop to Tampa. JBJ said, fuck, shit. Shaka said, ABM, you stupid. Raider for Life said, nah, Seattle has to get a receiver. Sluggo said, something tells me that Jackson fella will be the next quarterback off the board. Sluggo had a feeling. JBJ said, Tampa will take the linebacker from Bama or the corner from that school up north. Or maybe the corner from Texas. JBJ said they scooped Hassan Reddick to play edge. Sluggo said Pittsburgh goes with Jackson. I'm officially done with all lives matter Tomlin. JBJ said, what the fuck? I'm done. He was not happy with the Tampa pick. Sluggo said Goodwin. Ninja who? Goodwin. Goodwin's the receiver for Tampa, right? I don't know if I brought him up at one point, but that's the only Goodwin I'm aware of. Sluggo said, wow. JBJ said Tomlin has no say in his quarterback. Sluggo said Pittsburgh will probably try to jump back into the first round. And we're still on commercial. And then when we come back, I'd imagine we're going to be ready for said pick. This damn, he had 8 touchdowns as a rookie. JBJ said Tampa needed a corner, linebacker, edge, rusher, defensive tackle, and safety. And they wasted on an Ohio ninja. Good player, but this makes me think Goodwin's injury may be worse than expected. Sluggo saying, wow. Sluggo said Pittsburgh will probably try to, well, I read that one. Oh, Sluggo said the Falcons don't have a 3rd, 5th, or 6th round pick. Hey, that's why y'all put in work in the first round. And y'all got a good squad already, so that's okay. This is everybody reacting to the Giants. Sluggo putting up emojis, 334. They drafted Daniel Jones again. Sluggo, the Falcons jump back into the first. Sluggo said, we gave up a 2026 first rounder. This better be good. Sluggo said, I like it. Let's fucking go. This is the Underground Railroad Show, 8th annual NFL Draft Show. Getting back to the board. What we got going on, ABM?
Pick is in for the Eagles. We got the Kansas City next. The Eagles trade. They got the 31st pick. Kansas City gets the 32nd, and they get a 5th rounder this year from the Eagles.
Interesting. Interesting. Just to come up one pick. So that
fifth rounder is going to be the player to put them over in the Super Bowl in the rematch against the Eagles.
It may be, sir. It may be. This had to have been somebody that they thought Kansas City was going to get.
Or they really wanted it. They probably Kansas City didn't want it. It's something they wanted. Oh, they got old boy from Alabama. 334, you were wrong. There was one more Bama brother left.
Oh, they got the linebacker.
Campbell.
Nice.
Yes, sir.
They got
Julian
Campbell.
Him. Yeah.
Oh, they got one of the best. They got one of the best linebackers on the board. Arguably the best linebacker on the board. So the Super Bowl champion Eagles pick up Julian Campbell from Alabama.
They can just take players from Alabama, Georgia. They just like
nice pickup by the Eagles. The Eagles are in a position to make luxury picks, and they still picked a productive player in an area of need. So very good pick by the Eagles. Very good pick. Sir, do the Kansas City Chiefs take an O lineman or a receiver? Because I can't see it going any other way.
I think they go offensive line. They lost a couple of linemen, one to the Bears that was really a guard, but they slid him outside to left tackle last year, and he played good until he got up against the Eagles because he's really not a left tackle. So he's a guard with the Bears this year. And they got Rasheem Rice coming back from injury. He was leading the NFL in receptions when he got hurt. Hollywood all year. You had Worthy, who got a lot of experience. That he was their number one receiver last year because of the injuries. So they're going to be loaded at receiver. I saw an article I just read the other day. Yesterday, Patrick Mahomes is working out with all his receivers, and he said they feels like with the experience they got with the guys. Because remember, Hollywood got hurt before the season, and then Rice got hurt after the third game, and he didn't make it back.
They never
Hollywood
had
got late.
everybody together.
So he feels like they're going to have back to their explosive ways from the receiving core. I think the Chiefs go running back.
If they go running back, then I think they should get Henderson. Wait a minute.
I think they may go running back.
So shit, they got
or offensive line. I just don't know what highly rated offensive linemen are. It's like, do you take offensive lineman because you need a lineman, or do you take a premier running back that you have rated higher as a player? That's why I'm saying running back. I'm saying I think the running backs left are better than the linemen left, in my opinion. I could be wrong, but
I think there's an Ohio State lineman they could get that's still viable. But Henderson would be a nice pickup for them. But they seem to have Simmons. They seem to have pretty good running backs. They seem because they have Hunt. They have they let Edwards-Helaire go, I think. And they got
gone.
my man Edwards-Helaire is gone, but they got Pacheco took his spot basically.
But they were running that white dude sometimes too. I know Pacheco was out when they were doing it, so maybe they don't go running back. Maybe they go offensive line. They if you keep Patrick Mahomes clean or somewhat clean, he can do his thing. He had no chance with the Eagles. No chance.
Yeah, I agree.
That's
why I'm thinking possibly O-line right here.
He hyped going to the Eagles. He hyped. I love that shit.
You're going to a good squad, but Simmons and Jackson are still there.
The Chiefs pick is in.
And this would make 32, would it not, sir?
Yeah, this would make 32.
So we've come to the conclusion of the draft once we get this pick in. Nice pickup for the Eagles right there. Nice landing spot for the linebacker from Alabama. He's ready to get there and be a part of it. I appreciate the suit. I haven't seen a lot of crazy ass look at my ankles suits. I appreciate that.
Yeah, the Eagles, they don't draft nobody but Bama and Georgia players. I mean, they get sprinkled some other stuff, but they have a lot of Bama and Georgia players on the Eagles.
They do. Quarterbacks, receivers, former centers, defensive
line. Yep.
You are correct, sir.
I know it's been a lot of beer consumed out there tonight.
Last pick of the first round from the Kansas City Chiefs. Do they take a Trayvon Henderson from Ohio State or Judkins? Do they go with the best offensive lineman left on the board? Do they go D tackle? Which defensively, I don't think you should address that right now. If I was them, it has to be offense. It's O-line first for me.
Yeah, you try to keep 1-5. Just give him a chance to use his legs if he got to and be able to throw the ball. You keep 1-5 a little cleaner than you did on Super Bowl Sunday. They say 1-5 got a haircut. He done cut that shit off. I ain't seen it. Josh Simmons, Ohio State. The Ohio State. Good pick.
I told you that's who's gonna go. Okay, so that doesn't surprise me. Okay, so that was the next old lineman gone. So I think we got 4 Buckeyes off the board in the first round. So Josh Simmons off the board at tackle for The Ohio State University. Kansas City protects their quarterback. Even when he had to run for his life, he still got y'all to the Super Bowl. Protect Patrick Mahomes and good things are going to happen. That simple. Protect Patrick Mahomes, good things are going to happen. It's that simple. Josh Simmons was a hell of a player.
Yeah, he got it shaped up like a little, like sort of like a fro high top. Patrick Mahomes done cut that bullshit he had. He done shaped it up now. Look like he done put some Afro sheen in it or something too.
Boy, you stupid. Nice pickup by Kansas City right there.
Good pick. Played a lot of big time football games, so he won't be shell shocked by the moment. NFL, different level, but still, he's played in big games. That means something, in my estimation.
I agree with that, sir. And as you said, Cleveland has the 33rd pick. As it is almost midnight in your part of the world, sir.
Where the markets are based, baby. Where the markets are based.
You want to finish up this chat, sir? You up for it?
I'm with you. I'm just hanging. I ain't going to bed. I'm wired. I'm ready to text with my boys in Chicago about these worst picks they think in this whole draft. Shit, I want to go make me something to eat, but it's so damn late. I don't need to eat now. I got some green apples down there, so I'm gonna cut up a green apple and eat that because I want to make a pizza, but it's too late to be eating like that.
It is late, but I'm gonna eat something. I actually got some cabbage and some cornbread in there. I'm gonna eat that. That way I won't feel too bad
that
about eating
sounds
late.
good. You showing off now. You stunting on me, huh? Cabbage and cornbread. Nigga trying to stun on me. I'm talking about making a homemade pizza real quick. I got some cabbage and cornbread. You must have been at the Nolan family must have sent you some of their stuff from they draft party. I know they have some fire food in there.
Boy, you stupid dinner, but I ain't gonna. You know what? See, we saw something earlier where I almost said something, man, and I didn't say
JB,
nothing.
I saw that Little Caesars, but I wasn't gonna say nothing. I thought JB shot a while ago. I was like, yeah, damn fool talking about they got Little Caesars.
Hey man, he got a point though, man. Who eats that shit, dude? That shit's terrible, man. That's some ghetto ass pizza.
I
bro.
passed by one in the plaza when I go to Walgreens, and I'm like, man, I didn't know they. I mean, I knew they still had it, but that's not pizza, man. That's just like dough. That's just bread. You don't like pizza if you get that.
It's a one. I'm telling you, dude, my pizza palate is so fucked up. I'm so mad. Oh, once again, hey, ABM, hey, from the bottom of my heart, fuck you.
What I do now.
I can't enjoy breakfast or pizza. Fuck you, fuck you, man. Fuck you. Pizza's all fucked up now. Breakfast is all fucked up. I can't.
I'm getting to the point where I don't like oatmeal anymore. I got ready to have some oatmeal earlier, and I said I can't do oatmeal for about a week. I don't eat breakfast every day, but I'm oatmealed out. I'm oatmealed out. I can't do no oatmeal. I'll make some pancakes tomorrow for breakfast.
See,
vegan, of course.
I already wasn't vegan pancake. I already wasn't hungry in the morning to begin with. Now I really did. Now I make them at the crib. I just bought some biscuits, dude, and I split some chicken breasts and seared them motherfuckers. I just eat chicken biscuits. Other than that, the only thing I can really eat in the morning is maybe like potatoes. And too much of that will swell your ass up. So breakfast is pretty much fucked. And when you take pork off pizza and you have to deal with the crust, the sauce, the quality of the cheese, and the vegetables and how high quality they are and how fresh they are, and if they cut them, uniform, then you really get to find out how good your pizza place is if you get the pork out the pizza. And let me tell y'all, these are not good places to eat pizza. If you had to remove the swine and deal with what was left, you'd be mad, I promise you. I digress. JBJ said he thinks the Texans traded out because they wanted a Buka. JBJ said, Sid Jack, stop before I wake these kids. JBJ said, Atlanta got them 2 edge rushers. You hear you? Because I hear you. You know what? That was a good job by Atlanta. Good job by Atlanta. Atlanta had limited picks, and they maximized the limited picks that they had. Excellent job by Atlanta. Atlanta fans, are you not entertained? You should be happy. You should be happy. This is one of the better drafts I've seen from y'all in a while. I think you've picked up good skill players. You just didn't have the quarterback system and coach and play calling to get it done. But offensively, you have something there. Not a lot of picks, but I don't think y'all necessarily need them. You're not a bad team, really. You just started the wrong quarterback for the majority of the year. But I like that finally getting some pass rush so your defense can get off the field and get your offense back on the board. And he's probably been working with these guys all off season, getting ready for this year. So yeah, I'm interested in seeing the Falcons next year. I'm looking forward. I'm looking forward to seeing the Falcons next year. Atlanta got 2 edge rushers.
You hear you? I hear you. You hear you? I hear you.
ABM, are you still wearing your headphones, sir?
Yes, I have them on.
So you can hear these sound bites, correct?
Yes, sir.
Sir, who is this?
You hear you? I hear you.
I don't know who that is.
You? I hear you.
You 100% know who that is, sir. You 1,000% know who that is.
I honestly don't.
You hear you? I hear
Okay.
you.
I don't want to tell you because it's a.
Give me till Monday. Give it to me. Give me until Monday's show, and I'll probably think of it in the morning or something because it'll be in my head. It's in my head right now, and it'll just pop in my head.
Hey,
I'm like, oh man.
Listen, I just want y'all to know the power of editing. This is why I always talk about editing with the mainstream. I snap. This is almost like samples. My sound bites, just like ABM, they're like samples. So these things are so out of context that it's hard to hear them. Like this, when you figure out who this is, you're gonna curse. You're gonna say motherfucker. You're gonna be like shit, or it's gonna be that 3-3-4 reaction where you should have known, and you're gonna shake your head. But I promise you know who this is.
You hear you? I hear you.
I promise you do. And when I say it, you're gonna be like shit. Sluggo said, yes, sir, JB. They need to start day one. Sluggo said, now we need to address the defensive interior. 334 said, the Bama draft showcase is officially over. He had said that earlier. JBJ said, they showcased Cook in the playoffs, but during the regular season, it was more of a committee approach, maybe to keep him fresh. Maybe so, but they lost because they started leaning on Josh Allen again, if you ask me. This chat room was weird, man. This chat room, man. This damn chat room. It jumps so damn easy. Okay, we almost at the... Sluggo said Godwin, sir. Oh, his name is Godwin, and I say Goodwin. Oh, I got you. 334 said the Bama Eagles did it again. The Bama Eagles. JBJ said Tampa should have taken him, but they were scared off by his shoulder. JBJ said, great show, folk. Turn into the association. Believe he's talking about NBA. Be easy, sir. JBJ said, okay, we still live. JBJ said, I thought Ninja would be struggling. Sluggo said, we now have picks 101 and 118, both 4-round picks. Falcons need 2 impact defensive guys with at least one being a defensive tackle. I say we draft back-to-back defensive tackles. Okay, Sluggo. JBJ said, cabbage and cornbread. I hate niggas, boy. Why? Why? JBJ said, it was some orange boxes, so I figured it was Little Caesars. Sick help. Little Caesars is crazy, man. That's some low-quality food right there. That's some low-quality food. Sluggo said the Falcons definitely drafted positions of need. They did, sir. They did. They did. Well, ABM.
Yes,
the
sir.
first round is in the book, sir. You being the guest, and thank you again for being here with me. We got started about 6:45, 7. So essentially 4 hours, give or take, a little bit more, a little less. first round of the draft. I think you've done it the last 3 years with me, and I think the back and forth is good. So I appreciate that, sir. Overall, and maybe I should be a little more specific. Who stood out in the first round for you? Who stood out in the draft? Who would you give a good grade to and or the nod to, sir?
I thought the Atlanta Falcons had a great draft, especially coming off the history of our closeness. Good friends of ours that are Falcon fans and some of the draft mistakes they've made. So I thought they had an
Mm-hmm.
outstanding draft. Um, I'd like Jacksonville moving up to get Travis Hunter. You gave up some stuff, but I think, as Sidney Jackson said, he could play both sides. He's star power. He's back in his home state. Giants did great until they moved back into the first round and they ruined the because they're going to talk about Jackson Dart more than Abdul Carter. So
They are.
I like the
They are.
Falcons. Were A+. I love small type team. Carolina Panthers, them finally getting Bryce a weapon. That's going to be not talked about a lot, but I love that pick. Um, and still shocked that still a ton of receivers and some very good running backs on the board.
Mm-hmm.
And the biggest shock, I was shocked with the Bears pick because I don't know that guy. Like I didn't hear of him as one of the top tight ends in the Big Ten. And the Jackson Dart. Those are the two shockers at 10 and 25 because I thought the Giants had a chance to do something special there. And they shocked me with the pick. And the Bears pick was just out of nowhere. If you're going to take a tight end, I would have took the Penn State guy, but I don't think I would have taken him at 10. But those are the two shockers. But overall, pretty good draft. Like seeing a lot of these guys celebrating with their day ones, family, friends. And still
Mm-hmm.
shocked not surprised Shador didn't get drafted, but shocked because somewhat surprised because he could have fit in with several of these teams. And I was totally I thought that I was getting ready to get hyped about the Rams, and then they traded the pick. And when that happened, I knew there was no team based on what these teams do that would probably take him at quarterback. Most disappointed pick was not the Giants or the Bears. It was the
Mm-hmm.
Pittsburgh Steelers at 21. Not taking
I'm not going
Shador.
to argue with that. Derek
That's my
Harmon.
most disappointing because you need a
Yes.
quarterback. You don't need another defensive lineman right now. You needed a quarterback.
No, you don't.
Whatever happens with the old bad man, you needed a quarterback, and you would have set yourself up either for this year or going forward. And it made no sense to take a defensive lineman because you're in the same predicament. You're gonna win 8, 9 games, make the playoffs, and you probably can't win a playoff game unless your defense gets 4 turnovers and scores on one of them. So that was the biggest disappointment because he fell to him right there. It was perfect.
Yeah, and they passed up on him. So that was disappointing. That was disappointing. My winner in the draft, my winners in the draft, on the low, and I hate to do this, Tennessee. And the only reason I'm saying this is because most of the time, much like the New York Giants, instead of teams admitting that they made a mistake, they will ride that colonizer into the abyss, destroy their entire team, and then finally say, I guess I should get another quarterback. So instead of allowing their team to continue to be dismantled, they recognized their failure and drafted quite a worthy quarterback in Cam Ward on a team that before they started getting rid of receivers and losing players after the season went bad, they were set up pretty nicely. And they're still not a bad squad. I truly think Will Levis was just that bad. The Falcons obviously finally addressed defensive needs and pass rushing and being able to disrupt the backfield. I thought they did a great job, and they picked up a player I had been talking about for the entire first round, Pierce from Tennessee. The only other, I think I was saying 4-4 guy, or maybe I said 4-3 or 4-2, but the only other 4-4 pass rusher, if I remember correctly. But the only person that has the same speed as an Abdul Carter played in the SEC. And again, we'll see how it plays out in the NFL, depending on the team, the situation, the scheme, who's on the other side, what kind of attention they draw. We'll see, how the careers go. But great pickup for the Falcons, picking up a guy I have been screaming about for the last 3 or 4 or 5 picks. So great job by Atlanta as well. One more honorable mention as far as the teams that did well. And this is seems small, but Green Bay, that was an excellent pickup. And with the style of offense that they run, the hands on Golden along with the speed, can run any route and can do so much with the ball after he catches it. I like that pickup for them. And again, if Watson stays healthy, they're going to be that much better. And I think that's enough to kind of get them over the hump and be in the position in that division where I think they should be in the NFC North. So those are my winners in the draft. My most disappointing pick, I have to go with the Giants taking Jackson Dart. Great spot, right? If you're going to take a quarterback, you don't take him.
Preach.
If you take one, you don't take him. Taking Jackson Dart right there is wild for me for the Giants. I
They
don't
moved back
understand how
into the
you.
first round to take him. That's what got me
Yes,
excited. I'm not a Giants
yes,
fan. And then they do that.
and they went back into the first round and to do that. And then this is, I agree with 334. They've drafted Daniel Jones again. It's the same thing. When the Patriots drafted, and I hate to do this, but when they drafted Mac Jones, I said y'all just drafted the guy from that was at Auburn because they had him too. I said y'all just drafted him all over
Jared
again.
Stidham. Yeah, Jared Stidham or
Stidham.
whatever. Yep.
When they
Yep.
drafted Mac Jones, I felt they just drafted Jared Stidham all over again, and I think they just drafted. I think that's what the Giants did. They just drafted Daniel Jones again. I agree with 334. That was a terrible pick. That was a terrible pick. And with the quarterbacks available and what they did, not only was it a terrible pick, it was an insulting pick. And if you're going to
And
go with that
think
guy that
about
you
this.
think,
They remember they
go ahead.
re-upped Daniel Jones 2 years for $48 million a couple years ago. So even after they
I
drafted
remember
him
that
and he
shit.
stunk, they re-upped him. So now you're
And
gonna finally get rid of him, and now you go get a Jackson, another clone of with Jackson Dart. Like, come on, man.
I don't understand because he had problems in college as well. If you're going to talk about some of the things going wrong with Milrow, but between them two, if you're going to get, I don't understand, man. It just wasn't with who they have now. They just didn't need to do that. Now you have two quarterbacks you brought in. It just seems it doesn't make sense. It seems like somebody's not on the same page. Bringing in Wilson and Winston doesn't make sense if you're going to take Jackson Dart in the first round. It doesn't make sense. Something about that just
None
seems off.
whatsoever. No.
But interesting first round. Some things went the way I thought they would. Some teams just, I mean, the Giants weren't the only ones. So the Giants definitely took the Browns for me. The Browns, and again, I'm ranting just a little, but the Browns, I think, had a terrible draft. And it's one round. But Mason Graham with the play. Okay, just as an example. After the Cleveland took Mason Graham, these are the defensive players that got drafted. Kenneth Grant from that school up north. Walter Nolan from Ole Miss. Derek Harmon from Oregon. Nothing wrong with him, but Pittsburgh didn't need him. Tyleek Williams from The Ohio State University. There were multiple defensive tackles taken after that individual that did so much more in college. That's a weird pick. It's one thing to like somebody. It's another thing to sabotage your team because you like somebody's personality and or demeanor. That was a wild ass pick. What was the pick that made you scratch your head the most, sir? That you just thought was a bad pick overall, or maybe not the best pick at that position?
I thought the Chicago Bears taking a tight end. My buddy, I just saw his post, and I said, "You like to pick it?" He texted me back talking about, "Oh, yeah, you could have picked a better lineman." I'm like, "He's a tight end. He ain't no lineman." And you got Cole Kmet. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah, that was an interesting pick by the Bears. But maybe they're going to run the two tight end smash mouth wishbone.
It
Maybe
was
they're
just
going to
so
run the
odd with the
wishbone.
caliber of players that were available, and you took him like that. That was just odd to me. That was odd. Seattle's pick at a guy from whoever took the guy from North Dakota State. That was odd.
Hmm. And that's who that might have been that Cleveland pick, but it was. Let me make sure. No, he's at that school up north guy, but that just yeah, man. There were several instances that I was just scratching my head. Overall, not a bad first round, but there were several teams that did some questionable things. Slight predictions, and I'll ask for yours afterwards. Tennessee is not as bad as you thought they were. Will Levis was worse than you thought he was. That team's going to be improved dramatically, and it's really due to the fact that that quarterback was more incompetent than was let on. Another team that I just don't think is that bad of a team. I was going to say the Giants. I don't know how long they're going to stay with the veteran quarterbacks, and who knows? Maybe Jackson Dart can run dudes offense. I don't know, but I believe the Giants actually aren't that bad a team. They had a pretty good defense, but that defense could only do so much when the offense gave them absolutely nothing. If they start the right quarterbacks, both of those teams are going to be vastly improved. And it's not as big. It's not as big as a turnaround as it looks. It's really more about replacing that defective part. They replaced the defective part, which was quarterback, and it's gonna pay dividends on the field next year. Not saying they're going to the Super Bowl, but they're going to be a much better squad. Any your closing thoughts or any more remarks you have on the draft, sir?
Always nice to see these young men. Haven't been an athlete that you know had a choice of football, basketball, chose basketball in college, and to have that dream available and to get there and see their families. That's always great. See the excitement of two of the Bama guys that got drafted, the offensive linemen, and then the defensive, the linebacker, to see their pure joy and excitement running down that long hall to get down there and get their hat and get out there on the stage. That's always great. And then looking forward to day round two. I think it starts tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And just to give you an idea, what I'm looking forward to tomorrow is Cleveland starts it off at 33, the Giants at 34. So again, they could have got a player and came back. If the Browns don't take Shador, they could have taken Shador at 34. I'd have been
Hey,
okay with that.
quick question: did you say the Giants at 34? Because I got the Texans at 34.
Okay, that might be. Let me see. They maybe haven't updated it. Which are you looking at? You're
This
probably
is
right
the
because this is NFL.com, but they might not have updated theirs. Let me try a different one.
because this isn't this the
I know
this is
Cleveland
the
starts
pick.
it off. Let's see. There you go. Yeah, Texans. You're right. So you got the
Okay.
Texans, um, Tennessee, Cleveland again. So I think Shador is going to go. Cleveland has 2 picks right now, and then the Raiders. And then the Saints at 40. So I'm just looking for places he may end up that could, he Rams at Rams are at 46 in that second round. So that's what I'm looking forward to tomorrow, to see where he goes. The remaining of these receivers that I believe were first round talents, especially with their production in college, and then the running backs that are still some good running backs.
And speaking on the things I'm looking forward to, and again, this is the Underground Railroad Show, 8th annual NFL draft show featuring Angry Black Man. Once again, I appreciate you, sir. I know it's past midnight on your end, but I'm still sitting on 11 o'clock. And once again, top of the hour. Happy birthday, Pop. R.I.P. DT. The Jets are at pick number 42. They went O-line. I'm looking for them to take one of those receivers that kind of fell or that are going to be available in the second round. I'm looking for the Jets to take one of those receivers. Homie from Texas would be a nice fit, but there are a lot of guys they could pick up. I'm looking for the Jets to get something for Fields right there, whether it be Henderson, whether it be a receiver, but I'm looking for them to do something offensively in their early second round pick for the Jets right there. So looking forward to seeing that, what the Jets are going to do. And I'm looking forward to seeing just Justin Fields finally get an opportunity. I thought he showed everything he needed to show with Pittsburgh last year. He just didn't get to follow up on it. But to wrap it up, I enjoyed always as always, man. I'm older now, much older now, so 49, my last year of my 40s and whatnot. As ABM said, he can welcome me to the 50 club next year. But as a
Club
result of being
50.
this age, I've seen a lot of football, and you watch these players from when they got to college, you watch their entire career, and you watch them maturate into the NFL, and you understand the journey. So it's great to see these guys accomplish their dream. Then you can project for them and their teams and what type of player they're going to be, what the team is going to do when they implement them, what kind of impact they're going to make. It just adds to the anticipation of the next season. So looking forward to that as if I wasn't already. Looking forward to see how these guys are used. And looking forward to the rest of the draft, man, because outside of this first round, a lot of things that are going to happen that are ultimately really going to make or break a lot of these teams. And as ABM said earlier, that fifth round pick is going to be the pick that the Chiefs going to use to beat the Eagles. And he was laughing, but it very well might be the case. That
That's how
very
you
well
build your
might be the
teams with them
case.
late round picks, man. You can really build your team with them late round picks, man. Hit on those and you could be in there.
Facts. It's a big deal. So, the first round gets a lot of hype and a lot of attention, but make no mistake about it. Tomorrow and the following days, those are some picks and moves that can, unknowingly to you, make or break your team after injuries or after trades, after disagreements. There's so many things. So I'm looking forward to the rest of this draft and the anticipation that it causes for the next football season. So I've enjoyed it, man, as always. I appreciate it, sir, man. I appreciate you staying on and coming on with me, going back and forth. It's better than me just doing this by myself. First round of the draft, as I am a football junkie, and I appreciate you being knowledgeable and attentive and actually able to address the draft from an aspect of being informed as opposed to let me check to see what they're talking about so I can mimic that. So I appreciate that, sir.
Oh, no problem.
Ladies and gentlemen, this has been the Underground Railroad Show featuring Angry Black Man, 8th annual NFL Draft Show. Appreciate y'all, man. Let me see. We got all of that. Okay, making sure I was at the bottom of the chat. Abbreviated intro, abbreviated outros on the way out the door. And as a matter of fact, let me grab something right quick. Grab something right quick. Just remember how I need to go out the door. This is how I go out the door. Gonna get out here abruptly. I give a Spreaker 1 Pro. Spreaker, you do make it easier to bring on guests. And I just said the wrong platform.
StreamYard.
Stre-
Or as I call it,
StreamYard does make
Boneyard.
it easier. But hey, boy, you stupid. StreamYard does make it much easier to bring on a guest. We're gonna call that sinuses. So I'll give them that. Let's see. Let me see. Did I label that? Nope. Let's see. Not that. Okay, let's see. Did I put it there? Mm-hmm. That's interesting. Where would I have put that? I apologize for this pause, man. I'm trying to go out of here a certain way. I know it's in here. Trying to figure out which folder I put this motherfucker in. What about this? I know that is in here. Let's try here. I apologize for this pause, man. I'm trying to get out of here a certain way, and I'm having a hard time finding something. Where would I have put that? Nope, that doesn't make sense. Nope, that doesn't make sense either. Nothing worse than dead air. I'm gonna have to let this go. That is not it. Yeah. I'll be damned. That should be in here. Matter of fact, I know it is. I'm just not sure where I put it. Hold on. Let me see. All right, I'm gonna let that go. My apologies, sir.
It's your conscience talking to you.
Dude, no, I'm trying to end the show with Pop's words. I'm trying to
You know
end the
what
show.
that you know what that's from, right?
Yeah, that's a Jamie Foxx crazy ass. I know exactly
One of the
from.
funniest things ever, man. One of the
I know
funniest
exactly
things
what that
ever.
is. I'm your conscience. He didn't have to do that man like that. And you know I'm a comedy cat. I remember that dude. Doug
Doug
something, right?
Williams. Doug Williams.
Hold on. Yeah, it was Doug Williams. That's
Doug
what it
Williams.
was.
His
Yeah,
super
he did
name,
my
yeah.
man wrong. He did my
Oh
man wrong.
man,
That was
that was
dirty.
so funny, but it was foul. It was foul.
It was foul as hell. It was foul as hell.
It was bullying, as Corey was talking about on 5150. That was bullying. He bullied him.
Yeah, that's a good way to say it.
Because he was the superstar, the star, and dude was up there on the road, so he was bombing, and he could have got a joke or two off on let it go, but he just ran. He ran on him, and he didn't have to do it as long as he did it.
Yeah, he was he rolled my man out. He rolled him out. He rolled him out. Yeah, he rolled dude out. He really did. He didn't show him any mercy. Cause when they talked about it, and I went back and watched that shit. I said, God damn, damn, Jamie, you had to do my man like that. Yeah, God dang, you had to do him like that. But yeah, it was he did him kind of greasy. Nope, almost thought I had it.
Take your time. It's pretty good
I'm
NBA
actually
games
just
tonight.
clicking through all of them now to see. Did you say
Two of them
NBA
are
games?
really
So,
good.
okay,
Well,
what
I'm
is
just
it?
saying
Is this
it's two
still the first
games.
round of the playoff?
Yeah, it says game. I think all these are game threes tonight. New York beat Detroit to go up 2-1 in Detroit, but it was a really close game down to the last seconds. And Memphis was blowing out OKC. They down 2-0 at home, and Ja Morant got hurt. And OKC done walked them down. They was down about 25 in the second half. Then the Clippers are blowing out your boy Joker. So they about to go up 2-1 too. So I'm happy about that. That's really the only one I wanted to see. So
Clippers.
I had those
Who
on
did
the
the Clippers?
background.
The Clippers got Russell Wilson, right?
No, Westbrook's on Denver now. They got Kawhi and James Harden still on Clippers. And see, I didn't even yell out. It was some good shit happening. I didn't even yell out nothing about basketball. I didn't jump out my seat and yell inadvertently because I saw a great play. I sat here real calm. I'm proud of myself.
You know what? You really did, though. I might even have to give you a little credit for that.
You never said, ABM, you there? I didn't get distracted. I just glanced at it. But the football was I only had one game on, but I was really looking at the football. I just glanced at the score of the games. So.
Yeah, I actually do have to give you a little credit for that.
I said, don't do it. Don't say nothing about basketball until it's over. But yeah, it was some good night of sports, man. Good night of sports. JB called and JB said Memphis gonna get walked
Okay.
down that
I'm
Ja
about to get out
Morant
here
thing.
regular.
Can't find it.
No, I can't find it, man. But I appreciate you giving me some time today and look for it. It should be in there, but for whatever reason, I don't have that in there. That's weird. That's real weird. I could probably there's probably an extreme I could go to, but it's still hard for me to accept that that's not in there. That's crazy. Let me look on it. I don't know how that's not in there. I'm almost certain I remember putting it in there, to be honest with you. I damn near remember when I put it in. But as I did that, I got rid of a lot of shit too. That is wild. I can't believe that shit's not in there. Okay, yeah. It's not in there for whatever reason. It's all good though, man. Do an abbreviated intro. I'll find that once again. But appreciate you, sir, man. Appreciate y'all in the chat room. Hey, appreciate you, sir. Close this thing on
I
out. I'm gonna do it
appreciate you,
abbreviated.
sir, man,
R.I.P.
and I
DT.
appreciate you. Make sure you send the thing for it. So the link, the follow up replay, because I got a couple of Jesus Christ and a God that I got to get soundbite I got to get. So when I come back to the air, I got those ready.
I got you, man. I got you. I'll replay it. I'll repost it. I'll
It was
repost it. Also,
it was two Jesus Christ and a God.
yeah, it was sincere too. It was so sincere, and it's very ironic coming from me, but and speaking of which, great segue. Great segue. Speaking of which, this coming up Monday, we will have the makeup for the 10th annual show on religion. My apologies. I didn't calculate that my born day was on the same day as the show, and I kind of did, but I thought it wouldn't matter, and it ended up mattering. So my apologies. Born day activities killed the show that day, and I couldn't get it done. And plus, I was a little lackadaisical on some other things I had to do as far as like the guest. So it'll work out for the best, but it did not go away. This coming up Monday, we will have the 10th annual show on religion, but I just didn't have it the day after Easter like I've done for the past 3 or 4 years. So that was the other thing I had. My apologies because I didn't give you any warning. My apologies. It was my born day on Monday. I was doing some things. I didn't do the annual show on religion, but we will do it next Monday. Next Monday, meaning this coming up Monday. So looking forward to that. One of my favorite shows of the year. ABM, I appreciate you, sir.
Appreciate you, man. Have a good night, man. I'll holler at you.
For sure. Be easy. Ladies and gentlemen, the great angry black man. I appreciate y'all, man. We're going to do abbreviated intros. R.I.P. DT. Happy born day, Pop. Still 11:22 Central Time, so still your birthday technically. Appreciate you, sir. Rest in peace. Appreciate y'all, man. I'll see y'all next time. 10th annual show on religion coming up on Monday. Until then, y'all take care and be easy.